Hello, my fine feathered friends, and welcome. Let's check the sound levels, make sure I'm not blasting anybody's eardrums. Thanks so much for coming and hanging out. My office is a mess, and yeah, as you can see, I'm not quite in game yet. I am in the mods list area, and this is what I've been telling people. I've told several different people. People keep coming to me and saying, my mods aren't working, my mods have disappeared. Okay. Take a deep breath. What you need to do is go over here from the main menu to the mods list area in the game. And then check your installed mods folder. When I did, I had 13 pages of mods where every single one said out of date. So if you just tried to go and load into your modded single player game or your server, it's not going to work. Because every single one of your mods has to update. And you may have to force the update. It may not do it automatically. And if you leave it to a server launcher to try to update it, it has a very high likelihood of ending up with a corrupted mod install. It's much safer to do it here. As you can see, their servers are really taxed right now. So everything's probably going to take longer. I'm probably going to need to restart the game here. It's just kind of the way it is. It's launch day of a big patch in the Ark universe, and this is just what happens. You just have to be patient. I'll be really surprised and delighted if I'm able to get into the game at all today. Really, I tend to set my expectations very, very low. I expect a flaming dumpster fire, and if it's less than that, I'm happy. So anyway, welcome, Dave Ventura. Hello, good to see you. And Geodayton, hello, welcome. And Slayer says, I'm jealous. I can't find its update on my Xbox. It might take a while. You know, their servers are trying to push this update out to a lot of different parts of the world and server farms. I mean, it must be a massive zoo right now. It's just crazy. But you might try restarting your Xbox. I had to restart Steam in order for the update to show up for me. Okay, the sound is good. All right, good to know. And how's the music now, Geo? I did turn it down a little bit. Yeah, I was in the mod list a minute ago, and now it's not opening it. And so I'm just going to go over here into my task manager, and I am going to shut down the game. And welcome to my desktop, where I'm going to launch the game again. All right, come on now. Update. Finish doing your thing here. Okay. Oh yeah, I'd love to see updates on your Hawaiian shirt project, Slayer. That would be cool. Yeah, exactly, Dave. It's Ark being Ark. And in all fairness to the Ark team, yes, they are very disorganized. At the best of times, it seems. Yes, they have their flaws, but I feel like I understand why Ark is the way it is so much better since watching the part of the 24-hour Extra Life live stream last year, where Ras Clark interviewed two of the founders of the company, Jeremy and Jesse. He interviewed them, and when I saw these guys talking about Ark and about their plans for it, about, you know, the process and all that, it hit me like a slap in the face. I'm like, oh my gosh, these are not slick businessmen. These are not money managers. They're not even like super amazing programmer types. These are creatives, okay? And I'm a creative, so I relate to that. I'm very disorganized. I'm a mess. They're a mess, but they've come up with a very creative and amazing game that we all love in spite of its flaws. And that's just the way it is. Oh, Dave, thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. Thanks for the $5. And hey, Gamer Wolf, welcome. Here, I'll, this is for Dave. If I can get my sound effects to play. Come on now, what are you doing, voice mod? Oh, voice mod didn't load up when I told it to. It decided to just shut down. My CPU did spike to 100% a minute ago, so yeah, a lot of things are having issues. I might need to kill the music if it doesn't start behaving. Okay, there we go. There's voice mod. Now you should be hooked up to the right sound inputs and outputs. Yeah, you should be fine. All right, now.
I like that.
There we go. Hey!
You get a steel clap for that.
Hey, Charlie. Welcome. Hello. Yeah, that's what you got out of the interview too. Yeah, like, and honestly, it made them feel more human. You know, it put a face on Ark, and I mean, really, it's an extremely ambitious game in what it even tries to do, and it's really amazing that it does it as well as it does. I know of no other game that has over, you know, almost like right around 200 different creatures that all have unique, not just unique animations, but unique like color regions, unique all of these different emotes that they do, unique behaviors, unique interactions with each other. Like every other game that I go and play, like if there's deer, all the deer are the same and they always act the same, and they don't really feel like they have a personality. Somehow the creatures in Ark feel like they have a personality, and it's really I mean, it's hard to put your finger on, but I've never cried over losing a pet in any other game, but I have definitely cried losing pets in Ark many times, many times. So yeah, there's something special about this game, in spite of the fact that some days it's a bit of a flaming dumpster fire, but you know, hey. You were enjoying Nitrato chat. This is better. Well, good. I'm glad it's better. I figured, you know, if I need to sit here waiting for, oh geez, that's loud, waiting for updates to finish downloading. Let me turn the music down a bit here. It's probably not too loud for you guys. I think it's just on my end that it's too loud. And as soon as I tab out to another screen here, it always turns off the Ark music, which makes it interesting to try to figure things out here. Okay, I like the Ark music, so I'm going to pause my other music so we don't have two sets of music going on at the same time. All right. That looks like it should be good for you guys. I'm really glad I can adjust the sound volume separately for you and for me, though, because I have very sensitive hearing, and sometimes in order to be loud enough for stream, it would be too loud for me otherwise. Hey, Noise! Welcome. It's been a minute. Glad to see you. And Say X Things, welcome. Hello. Oh, what's new with the update? A ton. It's gonna take a while to finish updating everything. But yeah, I'm working on it here. The main update has installed. I'm sure there's going to be patches. I wouldn't plan on doing any serious Ark gameplay for at least a couple of days. I never do when it comes to any kind of a big update or map drop or something like that. So looks like I might still be having some issues here. I'm trying to see if it is my CPU or GPU that's having the issue, because I was able to get into this a minute ago. It might just be that there's so many people trying to do this all at the same time. I wonder if we've like crashed CurseForge's servers. It's very possible, actually. I haven't been able to get into the game yet. Look at me. And hey, it's me, TB. Yeah, we're working on it, but it's a very complex update, and based on what they've said they're trying to do with this update, if you've read the patch notes, which I read most of them, I don't think I read quite all of them, but they're adding a ton of new building parts, which I'm very excited about. So they're adding like half railings, they're adding quarter roof pieces, like at an angle, quarter stairs, thatch pillars, thatch railings, like so many pieces that us builders have been wanting forever. They're adding these things, and I'm so excited to get into it. But yeah, day one of a big update is always a little rough. But longer term, those who've tested this new update have said that they've seen major performance improvement. And that's one of the things that they were trying to improve. And, you know, the problems we were having before with the performance, it's not 100% Wildcard's fault. Actually, because I was watching a video the other day that was talking about Unreal Engine 5 and the problems with Unreal Engine 5 and how, they made it look amazing in their trailers, in Epic's own trailers for it. But, you know, they had a lot more experience than anybody else did. And the inner workings of it were completely different from the prior versions. And it's not like they released a tutorial to go along with it to say, hey, this is how you get this amazing performance that we've promised. And so everybody that's been developing games has been trying to figure it out all at the same time. And yes, there's been a ton of Unreal Engine 5 games released that were very poorly optimized, but Unreal Engine keeps updating, keeps trying to improve things, and then all the games, including Ark Ascended, are trying to update as well and trying to optimize. So I have hope that over time it will get better. Yeah, the nanite lighting, that's one of the things that makes Ark Ascended look amazing. Like Ark, the original Ark Survival Evolved was still a gorgeous game, and it still stands up. I mean, I've gone back and looked at it. It doesn't look bad even now. But Ark Ascended, it's like breathtaking. Like, it's the only game that I can think of where I have legit just sat and watched a sunset because it is just so gorgeous. Like, I cannot stop taking screenshots in Ark Ascended, and it's been that way pretty much since it launched, even though I'm not running it at epic settings by any stretch. I rarely am able to get past medium across the board. Sometimes if I'm not actually playing the game, if I'm like just flying around taking screenshots or taking just B-roll footage, I can bump things up to high. But as soon as I want to actually play the game, I lower most things to medium, because otherwise it just gets really laggy and I have a lot of issues. Because I have a 3080, I don't have the best and most recent graphics card, but it's a good one and it should be fine. And I don't want to have to update it. I don't want to have to buy a new graphics card when I just bought this computer like 18 months ago or something. It's like, I don't want to update it. So I've been holding off, waiting for this update and the promised performance improvements that we have all been hoping and praying for. And Dave, yes, Aaron and Crazy are very busy at the moment with the mod. Yeah, we have a private chat to talk about the castle project, Aaron's Castle, and they have been extremely busy the last weekend and like every night since, well over a week. Basically, as soon as they released in patch notes, or maybe it was with the crunch on Friday, I don't remember it. But anyway, at some point they released a list of all of the new building parts that are coming. And I believe they released a list to the modders as well of some of the information about the new parts and stuff, some of the things that they needed to know, along with, they're in the beta dev kit. And so Aaron and Crazy have been completely going through and remapping it. They've been moving around some of the things, like they previously had a skin for a regular height sloped wall, for example, that made it look like a half height sloped wall at the ramp angle. Now that piece actually exists in the game. Now there is a shallow angled wall, sloped wall, and so now they're moving their skin over to match the actual piece that's in the game. And the same with half railings, the same with half pillars. So they've had to migrate all those pieces over. And on top of that, because these guys are crazy, creative, amazing dudes, they've been adding a ton of new stuff. Like Aaron just cannot stop making new stuff for this mod, and it's awesome to see just his enthusiasm, and Crazy's as well. They've added, oh, I was wanting this so bad, that gorgeous dark wood that they had for the floors in the village set for the game. I mean, for CastleCraft, they have actually released a wall skin that is the same color, and they're going to be adding some other ones as well, because I was wanting that just as an option to have the nice dark wood for the walls. So we're going to have that. There's a bunch more dungeon pieces. There's a dungeon gate that sounds really cool. There's an arched villager double doorway that I'm excited to check out. Pierre Luca, welcome, by the way. And it's me, DB. Has anyone tried the Unreal Renderer instead of DLSS? I have not. I don't really know much of anything about that. And I have a hair that keeps falling in my face. Anyway, we just all kind of have to be patient. I mean, every time I go over and just stick my nose into the Ark official Discord and see the kind of crap they're dealing with, it just makes me take my hat off to them even more. It's like, it's amazing that they keep going as much as they do with all the hate that they get, which is ridiculous. I mean, obviously people are enjoying this game. Otherwise, why would they be in the Discord for the game? So, I mean, it's just really sad to see how toxic people can get over a game. Like, come on, it's a game, people. Like, we love it. We get really attached to it and really invested in it and spend hours of our lives in it. And absolutely, I respect that. And that's why I set up my servers the way I do, and I try to respect everybody's stuff on the servers. And if I'm going to be shutting down a server, I give them plenty of time to move their stuff off, stuff like that. Try to respect people's time. But at the end of the day, it is still a game. And these are real people who have real families, and this is their real job. And they shouldn't have to deal with all of this crap, when they're seriously doing their best to do their jobs. And like I was just saying a minute ago, we got to look at the people at the top in the Extra Life 24-hour live stream last year when Raskark was interviewing Jeremy and Jesse. And these guys are not slick businessmen. They are not super organized. They are not the enshrouded team of, German engineering, precise, I don't know, type A people. I don't know. They're creatives, and they're very disorganized, like most artists tend to be. And they're visionaries. They're innovators. They're entrepreneurs. They're not business managers so much. They're not financial gurus, obviously. They're not, they have their flaws. And I really hope that they've brought on good people onto the team to make up for the fact that they can't be everything. And they do get, well, the thing is, the money goes to Snail Games, and then Snail Games pays the bills. That's kind of how it works with Snail being the publisher. So the money goes to Snail, and then Snail pays everybody at Wildcard and whatnot. And Snail is a publicly traded company, and so they have stockholders that they have to please as well. And so, I am not a huge fan of Snail, and I wish that Wildcard could get free of them, but at least the original founders of Wildcard Studios are still there, and Snail hasn't replaced them or something. That would have been horrific. But they're just regular people like us. Absolutely, Dave. And hey, Lisa. Is Lisa in here? Oh, there you are. Hey. Welcome. Glad to see you. Yeah, you don't just ban all from a niche gaming group. I don't know what that's about. Wildcard should not announce dates, just release updates once all platforms ready. Yeah. I kind of agree, but at the same time, like, it would be really hard to keep something like that under wraps. And especially something as huge as this, with how they had to prepare people in advance, and they were telling people to move dinos to vanilla cryopods and, storage into vanilla storage and the fact that all the mods were going to need to be updated. They've said that for quite a while. They wanted to give the community as much time to prepare as possible, and I really do appreciate that they've done it this way. This is the first time that I'm aware of in at least as long as I've been associated with Ark, which is only since 2020, but this is the first time that they've actually given the modders the tools to update their mods before they released a patch that was going to break the mods. Previously, what would happen is just kind of like you're saying, you know, they would just surprise release a big patch and it would break half the mods or all of the mods, and the modders would have had no warning whatsoever. Just all of a sudden, boom, their inbox gets flooded with hate mail and with people going, "You ruined my life, your mod broke and I lost my blah, 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 blah," and people being pissed. And they'd get, you know, all of a sudden, they'd get 150 of these messages all at once. And, oh, I guess Wildcard must have released a patch that broke the mod again. And then they'd have to, in between their real life responsibilities, of course, since most modders are hobbyists, they'd have to, in their free time, outside of their day job, they'd have to go digging around, see if they could find out what changed or what broke and figure out how to fix it. And it was really frustrating. And actually, there's some modders who had to step away temporarily or even permanently quit because they just couldn't take the frustration anymore of their mods getting broken with no notice and then being hated on for it and blamed for it as if it was their fault when there was nothing they could do at all. And people saying, you know, "Oh, mods are crap and mods always break." And you know what? There's thousands of different mods and they're all different. You can't say, you can say mods are crap and you can say that mods are amazing and the salvation of this game and the reason why the game's as amazing as it is today. And both are true because there's so many different types of mods and so many modders out there. So you can't really say all of them are any one thing. They kind of have to be judged individually. 150, I assume 100 times that many from the same 15 people. Quite possibly. It's always that noisy minority, right? Which, if you appreciate modders and you would like to help encourage them so they don't quit, then you would be surprised how few people actually reach out to a modder and say thank you. I mean, most of the modders, not all of them, but most of them, if you look up their CurseForge page in a browser for a particular mod, a lot of them have a Discord listed. And if you join their Discord and just say, you know, "Hey, I love this mod," and if you share some screenshots of what you've done with the mod, that can make their week a lot of times. I mean, I've talked to some of these modders that they're like, "You're the first person who's actually sent me a screenshot of my mod being used in game." And they have thousands of downloads. I mean, people seem to think that they're like either celebrities or that they're like the wildcard devs and they're just untouchable. They're players like us, okay? They're just players who happen to be good at coding and figured out the dev kit to make fun, cool stuff for us to play with. And yeah, they're very approachable, most of them. Love to hear from people, especially if you're going to be nice, you know? And paid mods have a higher standard that they have to maintain. They are required in the contracts that they sign to become a paid modder. This is still not going to work. Yeah, I think that the Ark community has crashed CurseForge. I'm curious if I'll be able to load into. I have a single player save or two that is completely vanilla. I might try that just to see if I can even get into the game at all. But yeah, I've actually read through some of the behind the scenes contract type stuff that the modders who want to be premium modders that they have to read through and they have to commit to and everything, and they have to agree to keep their mod up, up to date to the best of their ability. And handle bug reports as quickly as possible, and they do have a standard that they have to maintain, and basically they have to treat it like a part-time job, at least like a serious side hustle. And I've talked to some modders who are like, I don't want to do that. They're like, I do this for fun. That would make it not fun anymore. If I had to answer to people and I couldn't step away and take a break if I wanted to or needed to, if I couldn't just do my own thing and do what I wanted, if I had to have just that much control, that just would take all the fun out of it. There's a lot of people who feel like that, if you take your hobby and make a job out of it, then it can stop being fun. I'm weird in that I like all of my hobbies. I try to make into a job, but I know that most people aren't like that. Most people like to keep their hobbies as hobbies. And that's same is even true with some YouTubers. I mean, Aaron Longstaff is not a full-time YouTuber, and he has no desire to be a full-time YouTuber. He's said it many different times. Even though he's got 300,000 subscribers, it's just it's a good side hustle for him, and it's fun, and it's a hobby, and it wouldn't be fun anymore if it was a job. And so, yeah, he's not ever planning on going full-time with it. Yeah, I can understand that, mob events, but they do seem to be okay so far. Well, that's good. I'm just looking forward to whenever I'll be able to actually update them. Here, let me see if I can open a single player game. Let's see. I have some of the maps that I have that a couple of these I've updated, but the rest of them I've not been able to update yet. Some of these I have mods on and modded builds on, and some of them I don't. So Astraios, I don't know if the DLC version of Astraios here is going to cooperate or not, but we can give it a try. And if it doesn't, then we can try, if it doesn't work, we can try Aberration or Extinction, or maybe Club Art. We'll try something. But let's try Astraios first, because I am curious. Oh, and let's go over to mod settings and deactivate all of these. Well, I guess some of these actually I did already update, but I'll deactivate all the ones that are not updated. Okay, and any really extra ones that I don't need to use for this. Let's try to pare it back to kind of the bare minimum. Don't really need very many of these, but there's a few that I do like to have even when I'm just testing out a map. Don't think that one for now. Yeah, I think I'll try just these 6. Nucleus, Super Cryo Storage, Nanos Reusables, B+ Structures, Vegetation Planters, and Awesome Spyglass. And we'll see how those ones behave. All right, cross your fingers and toes, people. Missing DLC content. Okay. Oh, I don't have Extinct. Okay, I need to go to the Steam page apparently and install updates from there for the see if we can find them. We need to install updates for the DLCs. Let's check the store page, and we should be able to find them here. See all. There we go. So I'm just gonna basically click all of these to download them again. Download. Are you downloading? Okay, now you're finally downloading. Got to think about it for a minute. Think you're downloading. Good, you're not giving me any indication that you are. Yes. Okay, it is available in my Steam library. Okay, is it downloaded though? That's what we want to know. Okay, it says it's already in my library. So let's check in, see if it says anything about it in here. I have way too many games on Steam that I've bought on sale and haven't actually even played yet. Okay, DLC. Okay. See if I can figure this out. It says in library, so I think it must be downloaded then. I might need to restart the game though in order for it to recognize that. A lot of times that is the case. Okay, let's go back to the store page and check on the other ones then. Yeah, my cluster is down right now too, Charles, and I'm keeping it down until I have tested things out in single player and I'm sure that things are working. And honestly, I recommend that all server owners do that. And if you're adding a mod anytime, you know, if you're adding a new mod to your server, it can be smart to test it out in single player first and just check it out, make sure it's what you want, make sure that it works and isn't broken, and then add it to your server, because it's always easier to add mods than it is to remove them. You know, if people like one little feature of a mod and they really don't want you to remove it, but then the rest of the mod is broken and is just taking up space and creating lag, it's kind of frustrating. So I like to test things as much as I can before I add them. Okay, all DLC. Let's try also. I think there's aberration content as well. It says it's in my Steam library already. Okay. Let's check again on Cryos. I already bought Cryos, so it should, yeah, it is already in my Steam library. Okay. Well, I'm going to try again here then, and then if it doesn't work, I'm going to restart the game. Yeah. Okay. Well, first let's actually try, you know, let's try a super simple map first and see if it'll even launch this one up. It doesn't need extinction. It is literally just a gigantic green screen. That is all that map is. That's why it's called Green World. It's just a green screen for taking screenshots of things. All right, well, let's try loading it up again then. It said for a second there that it was downloading something, and then it closed. Okay, what's it doing? It's thinking about it. And Gamerman James says, I think it's a Steam issue when it comes to all the free maps because of how Wildcard added them into the DLC section of Ark. That might be. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Steam did register that I bought it. It said it was in my Steam library. Yeah. And yes, Mean Ren, I am getting that. And not just some mods, some DLC maps as well, like vanilla DLC maps for saying that I needed extinction content. So, yeah. You know what? I might just have to load a vanilla island map and see if that works. Normally, I wouldn't want to do that because I have modded builds I was working on the island, but I did take updates. I mean, I did take backups of my single player games. So I will be able to restore those, which if you haven't done that, I highly, highly recommend doing that if you're on PC. I just dropped a video yesterday on how to back up your single player games, and it's a really good idea to do that. If there's anything in single player that you care about losing, then it's a good idea to do that just in case. All right, let's just try this again. And let's just try the island. And it's got all of these mods back here again. Okay, I'm gonna have to I'm gonna still try to keep at least nucleus if I can, because it's really useful for spawning things in when I'm testing. But if it doesn't work, I'll try with no mods at all. And some of these I already went through and updated in the mods list, but now I'm not able to get into the mods list to be able to finish updating the rest, because I think CurseForge is having issues, which it's quite possible that the Ark community, everybody trying to update mods at the same time, may have crashed their servers or something. Okay. Let's try just nucleus for now. Okay, and just the island. Oh, they now have a save backups button. That's new with the update. They said they were going to add that to give console players a way of saving backups, since you can't access your files. I don't know how that's going to work, where they're going to save them, but that is a thing you can do now. So that's pretty cool. Hey, Stravenstein, welcome, welcome. Glad to see you here. And geez, this is kind of crazy today, but this is an Ark big patch release day, you know. This is just kind of the way it goes. And I think that you kind of need a sense of humor and some patience in order to last in the Ark world. And if it's making you frustrated, like it seems to be a lot of people on the official Discord, it's like, you know what? There's other games out there. There's nothing wrong with stepping away, taking a break for a while. I've definitely done that. Okay. Well, it sort of remembered some of my build that was over here. That's a good sign. A lot of the structures were vanilla structures, so they're still showing up. And I've got some CastleCraft skins showing as well. That's pretty cool. So this isn't actually a fully wiped island, because, I mean, there's things missing all over the place because I removed mods. Yeah, and this doesn't quite look the way I remembered. Yeah, I was using stackable foundations from Architect Structures Remastered. So the stackable foundations are gone. And you know what? I'm going to show you guys something. Just if you happen to log in now or anytime and you see this, all your foundations have disappeared for some reason because they're modded. Don't do anything with the structure. Okay. Just leave it alone. Like, you can still walk around your base, but don't pick up or put down any structures, because if you do, then the game runs a check to make sure there's foundation support. And if there is not foundation support, then the structure will crumble. But if you don't do anything that changes the structure, then it won't run that check. And so that can give you time to, you know, figure out what's going on with your mod, try to roll it back to a previous save, try to like add foundation ceilings mod or something. But I'm going to show you. Let's see. I think this must be a vanilla foundation, so that's not going to collapse. And I did have the foundation ceilings mod on here before, but I removed it. So I think that made these, yeah, these are now vanilla ceilings. So let's see what happens if I break one. Yeah, see, that whole section that was over there broke. And a bunch of other stuff that wasn't even touching it. Like over there, a bunch of stuff broke. Yeah, because I broke one thing and it runs a foundation support check. So, well, I purposely removed all of my mods just for now, just to try to get into the game. And then I'm going to try to add them back, and then I can roll back the save. So right now we're just testing. I'm not concerned about the foundation ceilings mod, though. I've talked to the creator of it, and like, he's on it. When I mentioned a bug with it directly to him, he said that I was only the second person ever to reach out to him with a bug report. Nobody contacts him about his mod. He doesn't have a Discord. He just lists his Discord contact info on the mod page and just says to send him a private message. And I guess almost nobody's ever bothered. And so I let him know about this really minor issue, and he had it fixed within like 2 hours. It was amazing. Like, he's on it, and it's also such a tiny and such a well-built mod that there's nothing really that's going to conflict. So that mod is going to work fine. I just uninstalled it because I uninstalled all the mods except for Nucleus, and I forgot about my custom cosmetics. So I've still got my custom cosmetics mods. But anyway, let me get a better look at what's going on over here. Let me get rid of some of the foliage here. Cheat, destroy foliage. Let's do 6,000 space 0 space 0. I think I must have misspelled something. Destroy. Yeah. Okay, that's it. And then, oh, I needed space there. I am not well suited to programming type stuff. Yeah, I wonder if they've changed some of the commands or something. Like, they changed a ton of stuff. But that should be working. That's a vanilla admin command. Oh, there's my cat. I named a cat. Hello, cat. Cat needs a name. Yes, she is a female level 33 cat. What shall we name the cat? Dave, since I've opened the save, and the structures were not there, and now the game has resaved, if I just closed it and reinstalled the mod and then opened it again, it would not automatically bring those structures back. I also have to roll back to a previous save. And if you guys stick around, I'll show you how to do that. Once it's working and once all my mods are working, if we get that to happen today, then I'll show you how I can roll back in single player PC to a previous save. Mother Mew Mew. That's like that. We'll do Mama Mew Mew. There we go. All right. I like it. The kitties are so fun, but it's so goofy and so right for cats, I guess, that they just get to decide if they like you or not. And if they don't like you, then they won't let you tame them. Okay, let's try this again. And since I'm in single player, I don't actually have to type cheat. So I'm just going to type destroy foliage. Oh, the code at the end here is different. So it's now, it used to be like, I wasn't reading the tiny text before, but it used to be radius, float, and you put the number and then put resources in inventory. And I think it was like give XP for destroying, for harvesting XP for it or something. Now there's just the radius and put the resources in inventory. So let's try 6,000 space 0, just 1 0. Still not working. Yeah, the tribe share thing. Yeah, I've tried it both ways and I don't know why it's not working. Try a smaller number, 5,000 space 0. Space 0. I don't know. Might just have to do it the old-fashioned way that Aaron used to do, apparently, with using a flamethrower. But anyway, yeah, there's a bridge here that I was working on. I've got quite the castle build here that I've been working on, that I'm working on a video about it. But yeah, obviously you can't really see very much of it right now. Only the bits that were vanilla structures are showing up still. And I've got lots of other builds around on my single player island that are going to be kind of the same way, because that's exclusively what I've been using my island single player for, is creative mode stuff for videos and thumbnails and stuff. Well, let's test some custom cosmetics at least, since we do have access to those. Can I open this? Oh, it was just lag. Okay. So it's got to think for a second. There we go. And I've got a lot of custom cosmetics here. But let's try CastleCraft. Those I've already got those down there, actually. So let's grab some other ones. I've got all 4 of the CastleCraft. Oh, there's a new one. The CastleCraft decor skin is now in the same folder. Cool. And, you know, just in case, I don't know if it makes any difference, but I'm going to drag these down to my hotbar again. And I wish you could have multiple ones in your hotbar at the same time in on a server, but for some reason you can't. Only in single player can you do that. And I don't know if putting on a skin will trigger a foundation support check or not. So let's see. I guess not. Okay. All right. And I am getting a little bit of screen tearing going on here. I'm not quite sure why. But let's take a look at these. I don't have my variant cycler gun. Man, I missed that. I don't have any variants with that. In settings, default smooth edge, which, yeah, it's nice that there's a smooth edge variant for that, along with a version that fits together nicely on the sides. Okay, so yeah, it's just got those 2 variants for that one. And let's try that one also on. Oh, you know what? I grabbed the wrong one here. I was trying to grab this one. Okay. Okay, so there's the default pillar. We've got the round brick, flagstone, round flagstone, the column. That's a pretty cool looking column. And the light is getting really yellow. Just a sec. Let me fix the lighting here. I like using photo mode for this in single player, just because then I can see and decide what time I want it to be. That seems to be about the brightest. Well, that's not bad, and it's not so yellow. Let's do that one. And let's do the weather at clear skies, free sky, yes. And there we go. And then sometimes this command works, sometimes it doesn't. We're not having the greatest of luck with commands today, so I don't know if it will or not, but let's try, what's it called? ce.stop. No, that's not the one. It's the command. I'm glad that you can kind of search commands now. Yeah, CE space stop time. That's the one. And then hide supply drops, yes or no? No. Okay, now maybe the light won't keep changing on us. And let's do volumetric cloud. Oh, dang it. Space 0. Volumetric. Do our optimization things here. that didn't work. There we go. Oh, we could also do the grass density. Let's do that one. Grass, what's it called again? Is it R dot? I haven't done that one as much. Grass density, not quality level. Foliage dentistry, grass dot density scale. That's the one. And we'll put that at like 0.2. That should help a little bit also. Okay. You can't change the weather, Geo. Is that in single player? Because on servers, you can't do that stuff. You can't change the time or the weather using photo mode on a server, even if you're an admin, I don't think. But you should be able to in single player. Oh, do you have cheats disabled? I think that's a setting that you can enable when you're starting up your single player. Some people like don't want to be tempted to cheat or whatever. Okay. Let's take a look. Don't want to place down any structures right now. I'll go somewhere else in the map to test some other stuff. But okay, those are working. Do we have a dungeon wall variant yet? I really wanted a dungeon wall. Okay, let's see. Let's see if we've got a variant. Thick bars. Nope, still just the bars. It's coming. Eventually, they'll give me dark stone walls that match the dungeon floors. Ooh, there's the chain pillar. That'll be fun to play with. Make it look like things are hanging. That is really cool. And no dungeon stairs. What other structures do I got around here? I've got some other vanilla builds around the map that I can also use to test some things. Yeah, I got triangles over here, but I've got to get rid of these dang trees first. Can't see a thing. Let's get some. Let's do this the old school Aaron Longstaff way. The nice thing about the flamethrower is it does burn up foliage and trees and stuff and bushes. At least I think it does. Thought it did. Something just broke. But unlike the regular explosives, it doesn't damage structures. Why are you not behaving? Will it burn these bushes? Yeah, okay, it'll get rid of the bushes, but maybe just not the trees. Okay, fine then. I think I have it set so that the harvesting health is really low because I'm not actually playing on this particular save, so... Okay, whoa, that's weird. Oh, you know what? It's confused because of the fact that in the main actual save, these trees aren't here. So it's like they're here, but they're not here. Yeah, because I already cleared all these out when I started this build and I put down foundations and stuff to block them from respawning. So for some reason, because the foundations are gone, it brought them back, but not all the way. I don't know what is going on with that. Okay, let's check out a different build. Maybe go out of render and come back and see if it fixes that. Okay. You want to go see the ruins of my snow castle? I already accidentally installed, got into this save without double checking the mods list at least once. And yeah, so like half that castle disappeared. Oh, and there we go. There's one of the lovely Ark sites that is such a memorable experience for everybody the first few times. The glorious sight of seeing a titanosaur being born out of the clear blue sky and falling to the earth, which really should trigger an earthquake, I would think. Okay, it was down here. So yeah, this is going to be floating, a ton of floating structures here too. Yep, not a whole lot left of it yet anymore. I made a spiral staircase out of prop plots. That's apparently what they used to do before they were added to the game, and it just fit that tower better. And these roofs here, they were using like really steep roofs from Architect Structures. It's kind of crazy. But I'm going to roll back to save anyway, so I'm not worried about these things being gone. It's just more structures for me to test out some skins on. So let's try the cabin craft. Cabin craft appears to be working. At least that one. And something is dinging. See, does this only work? I think this might only work on decor boxes. Let's try and see. I need to turn this on streamer mode so that I won't hear the dinging. There we go. No more dinging. Okay. Isn't that all? We're all born randomly spawned in from the sky. Can you imagine though if that was how, like if you spawned in at sky level and then you fell into the ocean and had to swim to shore? That would be kind of wild. Yeah, they're ghost trees. Exactly. But now let's try that command somewhere that doesn't have ghost trees. Like this tree is good and solid. So let's just double check that there's nothing different about the command. Destroy foliage. Yeah, it works fine. It's kind of funny how it does it in stages. Knocks down some things and then it thinks about it for a while before knocking down any others. There it goes. It's always kind of trippy. Yeah, so it's just ghost trees in that one particular area for some reason. Oh, and look at this. Fluffy Butt is still here. Hello, Fluffy Butt. You have food? Yes, you have food. You're fine. Okay, so... yes, poor Fluffy Butt is having to deal with the castle disappearing around him. Okay, let's try this decor box thing. Do some small ones. Then we'll do some medium ones. And then some large ones. Hey, Will H, welcome, welcome. Glad to see you here. Has anybody heard any news about CurseForge? Like, have they announced if they're having technical issues or something? Because I don't want to waste time going out and trying to finish updating mods if it's still going to be glitched and not let me access the mods list. Okay, is this... I think this is a regular size dino gate. So let's see. Oh, we do have a dungeon gate. That is so cool. Just the gate, not the gate frame, it looks like. So let's do... no, let's do this one for the gate frame. Oh, that's really cool. And we have a villager. We do have a villager arched gate now. Very cool. Okay, let's, or do I have any gates in here? No, but I can grab some. Let's see what the villager gate looks like. Ooh, I like it. That is nice. And oh, let's check these to see if there's variants also. No. Okay. And no. But I mean, it's kind of crazy the number of structures that Aaron and Crazy have been adding to this mod over just like less than a week. They have been moving files and rebuilding stuff and making all kinds of things. So we've got these gargoyles, and let's see what the variants are on these. Here, I'm going to rotate this first to face the front. Which that's now a thing. We can rotate decor. It's awesome. There's another one. This guy's sticking out his tongue. And we've got an onyx. That'll be fun to use on structures. Ooh. And there's like this gargoyle dragon thing. That's really cool looking. And that's a small decor box. Wow. Oh, this is weird. Look at this. I have no shadow, but my cat does. I think I have my settings turned really low or something. It's just kind of funny. Okay. All right, so it's just those 4 for the small deco box. But those are really versatile ones that will be fun to use. And now let's check out the medium. The default is this handsome lion. See if there's different variants for this. Let's turn you, dude, since that's now a thing we can do. Okay. Oh, we can also scale it. That's cool. You can make it bigger or make it smaller. Nice. Okay, so there's a pedestal that you can put other things on. And also flip the skin. Oh, if you want it facing the other direction. That's cool. Oh, not the deco box. Can I access? There we go. Alt, pedestal. Okay, so right now it's just those 2. But here, let's flip this one so we can see them looking in both directions. There, they're looking at each other. It loaded your mod screen now. Okay, that's good to know, Charlie. Okay. And Meanrin says, I updated, reinstalled all my mods. None are working in single player for me. I'm testing on server now. You know what? I haven't tested any non-cosmetics mods yet. Yeah, Nucleus. I left Nucleus installed and it was updated, but it's not showing up because normally there would be a button to access the Nucleus UI right there, and it is not there. So yeah, there definitely are some kind of issues that they are probably working on. And so if you have a modded server, don't turn it back on yet. Okay. Wait until you get the all clear. Wait until you hear that mods are working properly before you turn it back on. And same in single player if you don't have a backup. If you don't have a backup, then don't launch a save where you have mods. Okay? Or you may lose stuff. I'm okay because I've got backups. I love this big Rex statue. That's really cool. Okay. Ooh, there's a Giga. Or the Wyvern. I really like the Wyvern one. That's awesome. And see. Let's check out. Let's change this one here. See if there's another one. Okay, so it's just those three. But then we can also scale it. Wow, that is gigantic. My character for scale. That is definitely a castle-sized statue. Okay, and that's just as big as it can go. And then how small can it go? Or it can go just little. Just a little Rex. And since these are on deco boxes, they don't have collision. Which actually can be fun. Like you can make secret doors and stuff by sticking stuff like this in front of them. That can be fun. All right, Sant. Thanks for hanging out, and we will see you later. Variants on the frames. Oh, let's check that. It's a good shout, Geo. Yeah, the thing is, I did update some of those mods, and no, it doesn't look like, yeah, no variant on that. This one, oh, does have another. Ooh, this one has a double arch variant. That's cool. Let's slow fly. Okay, so it's just those two. I like the one with the inner arch, though. That's really cool. Okay. Let's see. I don't want to leave my character here at the moment. Let's go check out a couple other spots where I have builds. I had one that I never quite finished, but I had a tower over on Irby. No, that's not Irby Island. That's Carnivore Island. Herbivore Island is this way. But considering that I can fly around this well without having issues on a 3080, that's not bad. Okay, yeah, the roofs are gone because those are modded. So were some of the walls, but main structure is here, and there's some behemoth gates. I just wanted to check out if there's behemoth gate variants. Nope. Oh, there's the dungeon railings, though. We've got dungeon railings with spikes on them. That is very cool. And on the other side here, we have the chains. Let me see if those have any variants. Oh, there's one with a mount at the top, so you can make it look like it's hanging from the ceiling. Okay, so those two options. The options for these. Ooh, you can have thin bars or thick bars on your ceiling, or the dark stone bricks. Cool. And there's another thing I hear that I can test in pillars. At least I should be able to. It might need, oh yeah, it needs the horizontal beams, but that's from Sandy's new mod that adds florals. What's it called? Somebody probably remembers the name of it. I am drawing a blank right now. But I really like that one. That one is a lot of fun. And it does have, I think, at least a few variants. And, oh, whoa. Okay, you can do one where you've got plants hanging from like a pretend overhang. That's kind of cool. The plants, I don't think they're supposed to be that dark, though. I bet Sandy's gonna fix that. I think, actually, you know what? I think they mentioned something about chain railings now that you mention it. Aha! They do. They do indeed have horizontal chains, Dave. That is cool. I tell you, I mean, this mod is just so well designed. I mean, this is what happens when an actual Ark builder makes a mod, right? Like, he knows what kind of building pieces we want and need in order to make cool stuff. I like this stuff even just mixed in with vanilla. I really like the look of the dark wood. I like it a lot better than the really yellow looking vanilla wood. The yellow wood can be nice in some situations, but usually if I use it, I end up painting it. Oh, yeah, they said there was also a all wood wall variant. I wanted to check that out. There, nice. That will be really nice in some spots where I don't necessarily need the bright white. Is there any others, actually? Nope. Okay. So that's the 6th one. Nice. Right? Yeah, Aaron and Crazy are indeed legends when it comes to making deco and structure cosmetics mods. And it's so cool of them also to make them as cosmetics mods, so that even, you know, so that people on official can use them too. And they're not needing to exclude anybody, basically. As long as you're playing on a server that can use custom cosmetics, you can use CastleCraft. Ooh, there, the spike one is cool. And I'm kind of proud of that one too, because that was my idea. But I was so stoked that he added that. But that way you can make like forts or whatever, have a spiked pillar wall around the edge. Nice. Okay, let's see what other variants we've got on these guys. Just that wood trimmed one. Okay, so we got those ones. Kind of would like to see a narrow one as well. I mean, not a narrow one, a round one. As far as narrow ones, though, I don't dare add on to any of these structures because they're missing foundation support. So they're going to crumble if I add on to them. But over here, I can place some different structures. Just do it a little ways away. Let's grab some pillars. I got so much crap in my inventory. Okay. And I wanted to try... Oh, there's the half pillar. There's the half pillar. Let me place down, actually. Let's place some ceilings so we can see this properly. I'm so excited. They actually have a vanilla half pillar. That's something we've been using in modded Ark for years, but there was never a vanilla variant to go with it. Okay, and there's the skinny one. We'll try some skins on those. And there's a half skinny pillar too. Nice. And a half horizontal. There is the long one. And there's the short one. If I put it down there, you won't even be able to see it. Okay. Very nice. Now let's try some different skin options. Yeah, exactly. It'll be so nice being able to use these. I can't wait. Let's see. Okay, so for the dungeon skins, they have a short little chain. Yeah, and one with the chain mount thingy. And for the default CastleCraft structures, and you know, I need more of the skinny ones to test other stuff. Okay. Let's go into slow flies. It's better. Okay, so round bricks. Flagstones. Round flags. I've used that one a good bit. I like that one a lot. There's one that's got a cap on the top of it. Nice. There's this column would also be a good like base to put something on, like a statue or a taxidermy or an artifact pedestal. That would be nice. Okay, and this has basically all the same, well, most of the same options. It's got this square flagstone, the round flagstone. Okay. And the skinny variant. And the tall one. We've got a bunch of different column pieces for like making your really tall, like Grecian column type things. Nice. And what is the dungeon set? Okay, so we've got a narrower chain, basically. Nice. I like it. That'll be really fun to play around with. Okay, and then let's check out the villager ones here. I really like that one. I was hoping that there might be like some round ones somewhere though. Wood end caps. Spike wood. And the default. Okay. Cool. Wish those 4 pillars had a hole in the middle between them. The one that looks like 4 pillars. Yeah, they can't though, because they can't actually change the collision on structures since these are just cosmetics. They're not allowed to change how they actually function or the actual real size of the object that the player collides with in game. Because if skins could change collision, then I'm sure the official PvP people would find a way to exploit that. Because that's what they're very good at over there, apparently. And that's also why we can't have nice things in PvE, is because of the official PvP people. All right. Nope, that's not what I meant to grab. Let's see. To check on the cabin craft as well. I really like the more rustic look of the cabin craft. I was actually using that alongside of CastleCraft, or no, Cozy Cabins. It's called Cozy Cabins. But I was using that alongside of the CastleCraft in some places where I wanted like the lighter, more rustic looking wood. But it goes with it really nicely. And then we've got these little tiny guys here. And what about the dungeon one's going to be chains. What about this? Oh, this is the roof. This is actually a ceiling skin. That's kind of fun. Ooh, the shingles are nice. But But yeah, since that is actually a ceiling, it still has the regular collision of a ceiling. But hey, that means you could hide something here. You could hide a small box or something. There's still ways to use it and be sneaky if you really want to. And let's try. Ooh, I like that as well. Yeah, I was talking to Sandy about this, and like he placed all those scratches and stuff by hand and in such a way that they don't make a obvious pattern when you've got a whole wall of a whole bunch of these together. Like he really puts a lot of time and effort into making these mods. Okay, so you can scale it, you can rotate it, but okay. It's all CastleCraft or Cozy Mod. Well, this is here that I've been experimenting with right here. But I mean, I've used lots of other ones too. But what is this? Oh, this is that again. Okay, let's change the variant. Not the ceiling. I'm trying to access the pillar or the beam. There we go. No, not rotate. Okay, so I guess this is the only option when it's a thin beam. Gotcha. Let's do maybe. Whoa, that was weird lighting. It looked like it was burnt at the top or something. It was like really dark up the top of the pillar for some reason. That was very strange. Okay. This one is from Sandy's Floral Decor or something like that mod. I really like this one. It also has a bunch of different things that go on the deco boxes. But this, I think, oh, it's got, oh, that's a cool balcony. A fake balcony. Very cool. Okay, so there's that one. There's an overhang, rustic overhang. There's another type of rustic overhang. And there is the rounded balcony. Cool. All right. Now I'm in a safer spot, so I am going to go back to the main menu and try to update those mods again. And yeah, this is for the last week or two. Almost every time I shut down the game, this happens. It's been rare that it hasn't, but yeah, that is a thing that keeps happening. Okay, let's try again to load this. Oh, there we go. It's actually loading. Yay. All right. Go back to our installed mods. And I had already started to go through and update these. And it's also a good opportunity, honestly, to pare down your mods list if yours has gotten as bloated as mine has. Let me see. Where was I? I had updated all of those. I was on, I think I'd updated roughly half of them. Temptress Lagoon, I'm going to wait on updating that one because that's like almost 4 gigabytes. That's a massive mod map. So I'm going to do that before I go on that map for the next time. I'm not going to do it right now. All right. So these are some mod maps. That's a deco mod. Some of these are older mods and I'm not sure if they're going to continue to be supported or not, but I'm just testing with them. I'm not doing anything where it would be a major tragedy if I lost it, so I don't mind. I mean, honestly, using mods back in ASE, in the Steam Workshop, I got kind of used to just making the best of it when it came to mods where not everything worked. because as long as it didn't actually introduce problems and cause the rest of the game to crash or anything, then a lot of times I just use what I could use and just ignore the rest. This one is 1.5 gigabytes. So we're going to uninstall this one and then install it again. If this doesn't work though, I may end up, what you really should do, the more thorough method, is to uninstall those big mods and then shut down the game completely. Could even like restart your PC or restart your console, then get back into the game and then reinstall it. And the reason why we do that is because there's this really dumb thing that CurseForge does. I don't know why. I don't know why they do it. I mean, there's got to be a better solution to the problem they're trying to fix with this, but they download another copy of the mod whenever you update it. They don't remove the old copy. So that means if it's a 1.5 gigabyte mod, then when you update it, it's adding another 1.5 gigabytes to your mod load. And so then all of a sudden it's a 3 gigabyte mod. And so that's why it's a good idea to occasionally uninstall all your mods and reinstall them. And whenever it comes to really big mods like this one, don't just hit update, hit uninstall, and then install it. That might make it so you're not able to join a server if the server isn't running the most recent version of the mod. But then, if just ask the server owner to update to restart their server or whatever. Or just wait a few hours. Okay, I'm going to uninstall this one for now because I'm not using it and it's kind of big. So I'm just going to uninstall that one. I wasn't using this one currently or this one. And I think this might be one of the ones that they said was not going to be supported. Not sure. This one, let's just update. That one's tiny. See, it's only 212.9 kilobytes. So that one was done super fast. And Awesome Teleporters is it's only 43 megabytes. So we'll just update that one. Yeah, I hope Dino Depot works as well. I am in the Discord for that modder. And as much as he was able to test before the update came, he said everything was working fine. So it's just if they changed something last minute or something, then might still be things to fix. Okay, so this is where I had gotten to as far as updating things. So got to update the rest of these. Okay. I'll uninstall and reinstall this one. This one is tiny. This one, I don't know when was this one last updated? Oh, it was actually updated fairly recently. May 26th. Okay. Nice. Because yeah, that one is pretty cool for people who want a more interesting look for the pictures need to be updated apparently though. If you like the functionality of the base game teleporters and you don't want something OP, you don't want something that has the remotes and stuff like that. I know some people don't care for that in mods like Awesome Teleporters. Then the Fantasy Teleporters one, it has really cool, like medieval fantasy looking teleporter pads, but they work exactly the same as the vanilla small teleporter. And there's no remote or anything to go with them. So that could be an option. Okay, and Peliori's as well. It's only 80 megabytes. We'll just update it. This one, I keep meaning to test this one. I haven't gotten around to testing it yet. But I'm just going to update this one. You know what? Actually, I think I might have used this. It's just they don't tell you anymore the name of the mods in your cosmetics folder. But I think I have used this. It gives you skin sets that look like the vanilla structures. So for example, you could take a tech wall and make it look like thatch, or a thatch wall and make it look like tech. So stuff like that. That's kind of fun. Okay, and this one, I was trying to remember the name of this one. I'm going to have to suggest to Quellcrest that he put some kind of a, like a subtitle or something, because this is basically a mail delivery mod. This is like your, it's like, you know, in Game of Thrones, sending messages by Raven, or in Harry Potter, sending them by owl. It adds that kind of functionality into Ark, which is pretty cool and is something I wanted to test out for a possible future project I am working on. And Meanren, if you're still there, you may want to check that one out too for the little project that we're working on. This one, I think they said, is not going to be supported. Or at least for now. I mean, the modder might fix it, but there was some things about it that were just not going to work. But yeah, this mod, Wings of Winter, that's what it's called. Message delivery system. Okay, and this one, I was wanting to try it out as well. I haven't really gotten it configured yet, but it's supposed to be able to put a number on the screen to keep count of how many times you've died, which would be kind of fun to have, and a lot better for content creators than having to go back through your footage and try to count. All right. I think that's everything. Looks like it. Okay. All right, and then I'm going to restart the game again, just to make sure all of those are applied. And for some reason, my chat isn't scrolling properly. Hey, okay, let me back up a little bit. Missed some chat. Sandy's amazing. I love his mods. Yes, indeed, Dave. Same. Yes, he's becoming like the king of the custom cosmetics scene in ASA. Like, somebody counted in like a crazy amount. It's like 40% or something of the custom cosmetics mods that are out there are by Sandy, at least of the structure ones. And yeah, I keep hearing that as well, Geo. And I do want to test it out at some point. I'm a little unhappy with that modder at the moment because he was really rude to Aaron. And so I haven't been using castles, keeps, and fortresses just at the moment. But I do want to eventually use it. And oh my K, hello, hola. Andrew Meredith says, sorry, is that why all my mods are incompatible? Yes, and they did announce this. Every mod is going to need to be updated. Every single mod you will have to update on your side. They already are updated on CurseForge's side. That was part of the delay in releasing this update, was they were recooking all the mods. And so that means that the version that you have installed on your machine is no longer compatible. And so you have to update it, every single one. And Charlie says, I could not find a way to craft the fantasy teleporters, had to spawn them in. Yeah, actually, I'm not sure either, because I haven't used those in survival either. I've only ever used those in creative mode. I had them on my event server. I considered using them. Yeah, and apparently my sound effects aren't working. I am not entirely sure why that would be. Oh, StreamerBot. What are you doing, StreamerBot? StreamerBot is throwing a fit here or something. No, it says it's connected. So why are you not doing your thing then, StreamerBot? Why are you not doing your job?
Destroying everything, don't worry about it. We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents.
Yeah, they're working. Okay, now they're working. At least
You're
when I
just
test
making this
them.
up as you go along. Yep. But I do it brilliantly.
All right. And Geo says, Songbird, do you know of any mod that have a large cauldron, almost the size of a person? That's a really good question. That would definitely fit with CastleCraft decor. So there might be something like that in there, or if there isn't now, they might add one for you if you ask. And Brody, are you asking seriously, or are you just teasing me? Because I did release a flow chart just recently about that. But if you're asking seriously, then the way you tell is the only mods that work on official are custom cosmetics. And so if you go to the mods list here, you can search for custom cosmetics. They really should have some kind of an icon. They should have a section in here. They should have a filter for works on official or something. But then in here, in the custom cosmetics, you can go through and you can look at them. Most of them will say, if you read the actual description, most of them will say if it works on official or not. And usually that is the goal, but sometimes it takes a while for it to go through the review process and get approved for official. Okay, this one isn't mentioning it, but they do have a Discord, so you could always go check on their Discord, and they might say there. Most of the other ones, though, like Sandy's, most of the premium ones work on official. So there is that. You can also search up here. You can search for just free ones if you don't want to see all the premium ones. So let's look under just free ones. Let's see. Fortified Wood Stations skin. I haven't seen this one before. Complimenting it. It doesn't say specifically. So it's one of those things where it's free, so you could just download it and test and see if it works. But if the mod does anything other than changing how something looks, if it adds new structures, if it adds new dinos, if it changes the way the base game works, then no, you can't do that on official because, of course, people would abuse it, right? So you can only add mods to official that are just cosmetic, just these custom cosmetics, and just the ones that have been approved for official. And like this one, this is just goofy and silly. This is to make your Karchar look like an otter. But I think they recently said that they're no longer going to approve skins that make one creature look like another creature, even though obviously nobody's going to think that this is actually an otter. But like there were skins, I guess, that could make a wyvern look like a phoenix or things like that. And I think that was too confusing on official. But yeah, there's still some fun stuff in here. Most of them are smaller. Most of the free ones are smaller, but there's still some fun stuff. Weapon skins, armor skins. There's an otter cosmetic to make your otter look like a red panda. A lot of this kind of stuff. Cyrus, most of his mods, he tries to get them onto official. But seriously, they need to add an icon. And they haven't just yet. Yeah, the terror bird like a dodo one, that one is fun too. Make your terror bird look like a giant dodo. But yeah, apparently not going to allow it on official anymore. Before I launch single player, I just want to double check again, make sure all the updates installed. I'm still not going to launch my servers though, not until I'm really sure that everything is updated. And it takes a while, you know. It takes a while for things to update. You have to be patient because if you just click to upload it, to update it, or you just get in the game and then you just try to launch it, it's not going to have time to update all your mods and you're just going to get an error message or it's going to crash. You've got to be patient, and it really works the best if you come in here and update your mods yourself rather than trying to let the game launcher or the server launcher do it. Okay. Well, it looks like they installed okay, so I'm going to go back in here and I'm going to test them. And then once I'm positive, I'm going to actually go and roll back my single player save so that I can get back my structures that were on there. So let me look at my available mods. Let's add back the ones that I was using on here, at least the most important ones. I know I had that one, I'm pretty sure. Definitely had that one. And this might be too many to test all at once, but we'll try it. Variant cycle tool, definitely that one. Tech light, yes, I love the tech light. It's coming to the main game with Ragnarok though, and then I won't need to use the modded version probably, although the modded version is nice because this tech light does not need to be powered, which is awesome. Okay. Let's add this one. Okay, this one apparently didn't update properly, so we won't activate that one. And I'm going to wait on ASR since it is such a big one. Well, actually, though, I used it a lot in these builds on this map. So I'm going to need to have that one if I'm going to roll it back. So, all right, we'll try. This might be too many, but we shall try. Yeah, it's still giving me this error message about extinction. Okay. What about extinction? Can we launch extinction? Now, what about with no mods? If we have no mods active, then could we launch extinction? There might be some kind of a bug with extinction or something. All right. And back now, let's see if it will do it. Yeah. It still says it hasn't been installed, but at least now it's going to force the download of the thing. Yeah, download. Yes, Steam is installed, blah, blah, blah. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. What are you doing? Yes, I have Steam. What? Yeah, it thinks I don't have Steam. I'm literally in Steam at the moment. It is telling me from inside Steam that I don't have Steam. There's definitely something broken about extinction at the moment. Come on, download. I'm gonna restart the game again and restart Steam as well and see if that helps. You know, it's like the classic old Microsoft fix for everything, right? You have to restart it. So the thing with Steam is even if you close all of the Steam windows, it's still running in the background unless you actually go down to your tray here and you actually like right click on it and shut it down, or you can do it in your task manager. Come on now. There, exit Steam. Yes. There we go. And check the task manager. Steam is no longer running. And then we can start it up again. Let's see. Oh, you sent that before we made it into Steam. Yeah. It's Club Ark not working. Huh. I haven't tested that one yet. I actually haven't tested it at all in single player ever. But we could give it a try and see if we can get in. Okay, let's first launch Steam. Let it think about it for a minute. All right. Now it says updating. So they must have dropped some kind of a patch. Something is coming through. 5.1 gigabytes. All right. So if you haven't restarted your game recently, you may want to do that. Because apparently they are fixing stuff, which that's good to know that they are fixing stuff. Okay. There are definitely a lot of mods broken. I'm going to go and refill my drink and I will be right back. All right. Oh, hitting my green screen. And let's get the music going again. It's better. I've been abducted by aliens. Yeah. Okay, let me see what I missed here. The joys of Ark. Yes, indeed. All mods can't update. Yeah, there's another update for Ark that just dropped. It looks like it is done now. So we're going to try again. But it's always like this, honestly. Whenever there's a new map release or a big, huge, major patch, there's always issues. So, you know, I've kind of come to expect it. Whenever I hear about people taking the day off work to play a new map or something, I'm always like, first time? Like, have you been around Ark at all? Ever? It's really not a good idea. If you want to take the day off to play a new map, take a day off like a week after it's supposed to come out or more. Okay, and now YouTube is giving me lag issues here. Let me know if the stream is lagging because YouTube seems to think that it is. Need to get on my PS5. I'm tired of seeing people to play it. I can, yeah. Not quite sure. I'm at main menu trying to join Club Ark from there instead of being in a server doing it, and every time I click any Club Ark club server, it says failed to load content. I have all maps downloaded. Yeah, I don't know. Warren Wallace says, I found the problem fix for the new update for the mods, doing it now and not getting the invalid anymore. Huh. Hey, Purple. Welcome, welcome. Okay, no lag. Okay. It looks like it resolved itself for whatever reason because the yellow warning is gone. So, okay. You have to delete all progress because the old pieces cause problems with the mod. Which mod are you referring to? Okay, oh, there we go. Now let's just double check, see if the the patch that just dropped made any of these mods have to update as well. I'll just real quick go through. And I do spend a fair amount of time in here whenever I'm playing Ark, because I always check this before I launch the game, because it's pretty much always a better idea to update your mods from here rather than from the server launcher or the game launcher. You want to do it from here. It's much safer that way. Okay, one of my mods is apparently not showing up though, and that it said that it was not this one. It said it wasn't compatible, but here it said, okay. So that may, I'll uninstall it for now. I do want to reinstall it though. I know this guy. I'll have to ask him if he's gonna update it. Because this is a really fun mod. I've used that for a few goofy little events and stuff. It gives you a grenade that you can craft, that you set it in advance to either shoot or scoot. And if it's on parachute mode, then you throw it, and when the grenade explodes, it instantly teleports you to the top of the skybox and you're falling, but it gives you it equips a parachute for you. And so you can do that on yourself as well as other people. You could like send them up there and then they're coming down with a parachute. It's kind of fun. Or the scoot is with it gives you a wingsuit. And both of them, the parachute or the wingsuit, disappear as soon as you hit the ground or cancel it. But I used that in my Ark A to Z series once. Teleported all of us up to the top of the sky, and then we had to wingsuit to our next location, which was super fun. All right, aren't all mods? I don't think that's. It depends on the type of mods. Not all mods even have structures, so I don't think that could possibly be accurate of all mods, because yeah, like some don't have any structures. Some of them just add structures and aren't affected by vanilla changes at all, and so they're not likely to be affected. They just need to be recooked basically to make them compatible. And they definitely, like, they cooked all the mods again in advance, trying to prevent an issue like that. So it'll be really sad if they failed. Maybe they did, but that will be very unfortunate for sure. Okay, let's see if it's gonna give me the same issue with extinction. We'll try that first. Oh, this is promising. Come on. Come on now, you can do it. Just thinking about it. Ah, there we go. Yeah, I was testing out the Wasteland Wars Bob's Tall Tales stuff over here. I wasn't really doing anything else, so... Well, although I might have had modded Cryos, which are now going to be poofed. But that's okay. Because I wasn't really attached to any of the creatures over here necessarily. But okay, it looks like at least I was able to get in. At least extinction content is working. Let's get out of here again then. And try to get a mod or two working. Now we're going to do this the slow way, even though it sucks. I'm going to do this the slow way. I'm going to do it like just one or two at a time and test to make sure they're working, and then get out of the game and then do it again. Sometimes you have to do that. You have to do that when you're setting up a modded server. You really shouldn't just throw 10 or 12 mods on there all at once and then launch the server. So it's a good idea to test it slowly. So I'm going to activate Nucleus, and let's just pick one other one. Let's do, I'm going to try cyber structures first, I think. Although, no, both of them should be fine. Cyber structures and B+ structures are very similar, and they're both S+ ports, and they each have their own character and personality. Cyber structures is definitely the more popular one. B+ structures also has some fun features though, but I had that one before. I am going to try cyber structures. Where is it? Somewhere in here. There it is. Okay. Just those two. Let's see if we can get that to work. And just on the island. Okay, no error message. Hi, Crazy! Hello! I am doing well. What is the Crazy update and what does it do? Crazy Strategies is asking. It does a ton. You can't know everything that it does without reading the patch notes, but it adds a ton of new structures, and it's supposed to have optimized a lot of stuff, and so that's kind of the most exciting part. Let me see. GCM. Okay, and there's my kitty. All right. Now let's test some stuff. Do we have Nucleus? We still don't have Nucleus. We do have the pull menu though. We do have the cyber structures. It looks like that should be on here. Yes, we've got all the cyber structures stuff in here. At least let's craft a few things and place them. Just for the heck of it. I don't even know where to start. There's so many structures here. Let's make this. Okay, that worked. Oh, I don't want to put it on there though, because that still has foundations missing. That I'm going to repeat that again because I know some people missed it the first time I said it. But if you log in and you have structure pieces missing, because you were using some modded structures and that mod wasn't updated fully or was broken somehow. For one thing, I hope that you backed up your server or your single player game, because then you can fix the issue and then you can roll it back. But you don't want to interact with your structure at all. You don't want to pick up any structures or put down any structures near it, because when you do that, it triggers a foundation support check. So the game will check to see that all the structures nearby have support. And if there's places where foundations or pillars disappeared, then your structure will crumble. But if you don't do anything that triggers a foundation support check, then it won't do that. And which could give you a little bit of time to potentially try to fix the issue. Or at least move your stuff or whatever. All right, well, I don't want to put that down there then. Let's go over here. We'll put this down over here where I was testing some CastleCraft skins. Went too fast here. Need to turn off volumetric fog again. Did I freeze up? Please don't crash. Oh, it crashed. Not even a crash message that time. Just straight to oh, there it goes. Straight to desktop. I guess I was flying too fast. But anyway, yes, this update is supposed to fix a lot of the optimization issues, make the game run better. Yeah, so we'll just have to see how that goes. Yeah, the crazy. I saw the notification that you had there, that she was streaming today. I wanted to check it out, but I needed to get ready for my stream, so I didn't have a chance to do that. But that's really cool that your fiance's streaming as well and playing Ark. Okay, well, the mod was working fine, so for some reason Nucleus isn't working. I need to start a list so I can know which modders I need to contact after the stream and put in a bug report, because if we don't tell them this stuff, they don't know. They have no way of knowing if people do not tell them. So Nucleus needs a fix. And the guy who made that is a longtime modder. I'm sure that he's going to have it fixed pretty quick. So I'm not that worried about that, but let's deactivate that one for now and try another one. Let's see, let's try... Okay, this one doesn't have any structures, but it has like equipable items, so that's a different type of mod. We'll try that one. And let's try Awesome Spyglass. Okay. Crazy how it works with the CastleCraft skins with Architect Structures Remastered is if it is a piece, if it is a structure that also exists in vanilla, and if you are using the default texture, then it does work to put the skins on it. That's how it is with most skins and Architect Structures Remastered. Oh geez, look at all these engrams. That's why it crashes. It's dumping all these engrams from the update. This is all new stuff. Wow. It's still going. But yeah, a ton of new stuff added. And now a bunch of CS stuff. Tropio saddle. What? Tropio is a Crystal Isles creature. Okay. Oh wait, you know what? Actually, I wonder if that was that might have been for Nucleus, but then I deactivated Nucleus. I don't know. Now let's get back into GCM. Okay. Clifford's Backpacks is indeed an awesome mod. Indeed. Definitely is a favorite of mine. Okay, so it looks like when it crashed, it did roll back just a little bit because I am not seeing the structure that I spawned in before, the CS storage box in my inventory, and so that means that it rolled back to before I spawned that in. So that is just good to know. Let's try that again. And let's also try a few other things just for the heck of it. Let's grab some random structures. It's a CS version of the Frontier lamps. I didn't know that they had CS versions of Bob's Tall Tales content. That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool that Cyber did that. Cyber Angel, the modder. Let's see what the torch is like too. All right. I really need to clean out my inventory here. It's kind of driving me nuts, but I can throw a bunch of it in one of these boxes. How about that? So that's with snapping on, but I usually turn snapping off because I like placing things where I want to put them. And then that's also... Sometimes full alignment mode is nice, but sometimes I like to have it on free placing. I guess for now I'll leave it on full alignment. Okay. So 500 slots in this little storage box, which is the same size as a regular Dedi storage and snaps with Dedi storage. So that's pretty cool. Okay, and then all the wood. And put that in there too. Whatever. And that's better. Okay. How's the update running? I just was finally able to get on Arch War Angel. We are just finally on. I've restarted the game a whole bunch of times. You really just have to be patient with stuff like this because, I mean, they did the best they could to prepare, and they even gave modders time to prepare and stuff, but you know, nothing ever goes exactly according to plan. So I'm not planning on doing any kind of serious gameplay today. I'm just trying to test some things, see if we can figure out what's working, what's not working. Oh yeah, let's try these guys because I wanted to make sure that they work and see what the difference is with the cyber structures version. It looks like it doesn't require fuel, which I am a fan of that for sure. Change settings. Okay, so the torch has settings. You can set it to turn on at dusk and off at dawn, or other times you can turn the sound up and down. That's really nice because the fire crackling can get really loud sometimes. And you can change the light intensity. Okay. Okay, I'm a fan of that. That is a pretty dang cool feature. And also, the way the flame looks, I think that looks different from vanilla, unless vanilla also updated and changed or something. Oh, I need to turn off the auto on and off because it's daytime, and so it thinks it shouldn't need to be on. So, okay. And let's see if the pull function is working. Yes, it looks like it is. So let's just grab some spark powder for the vanilla standing torch. Light that one up. Okay, so I think maybe they did just... No, it does look different. Yeah, it does look different. I have a feeling, because I was just talking to Cyber Angel recently, and she was talking about how she's been, they, I for some reason thought it was a she, but I could be wrong. Anyway, Cyber was saying that their mod is a lot better optimized than a lot of other mods, and then a lot of vanilla structures. And if it doesn't need to animate the flames as much, that actually can make quite a big difference, because if you get a lot of items that have a flame animation in a particular area, it will add a lot to lag. And so I could see why that kind of flame could be easier on the RAM and stuff, I guess. That is very good to know. We also have frontier lamps, so let's try these guys. There's the lamp post and this little guy and the wall lamp. These are all Bob's Tall Tales items, of course. We need a ceiling. Can't put this up without a ceiling. No, higher. Come on. Okay, fine. You can be up there. I cannot see it. Oh, I have to cycle it again. Okay. So this one does require fuel. Oh wait, was that no, that's vanilla. That wasn't the CS one. Okay, let's put the CS ones up. Okay, so this is the CS one. And this one does require fuel. Okay. So what does it say what kind of fuel it requires? Organic fuel. It might require oil, but I'm going to see if it'll take spark powder, just because that's what I've got at the moment. No, it'll burn spark powder. That's cool. And then this street lamp. This one also will require fuel, it looks like, but it has settings that can be customized. Let's try wood in this one, just for the heck of it. That is nice that you have choices as far as what kind of fuel you can use. And it has the same kind of settings as far as when it will auto turn on and off and the intensity and the sound. That's nice. I am a fan of having a lot of options. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. You should check out Crazy on his channel as well. Crazy, are you here on YouTube or only on Twitch? But feel free to drop a link to your channel if you like, and your fiance's channel. But so far, when I got in, when I've been able to get in, other than issues with the mods, the game itself seems to be running fine. In fact, I should probably fly around a little bit more and check that out, just see if we can notice any kind of differences. Which one thing I notice is that it seems pretty bright for the fact that when I changed the time, I made it midnight. But they said there were going to be changes to the lighting. So let's see how it looks away from those lights. And I also may have my settings turned down. Let me see what I've got my graphic settings at. Yeah, I'm medium across the board. Let's turn light shafts on though. So it is dark when it comes, it's dark from farther away. I feel like it looks like it would be really dark under the trees here, but then when I actually come down here, it's not that bad. Like it feels like a very, very bright full moon night, which it is, right? Is that menu a mods manager? All right, Dave, have a good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Is that menu a mods manager? Which, oh, you mean this one? This is originally a thing from S+. This was developed for the Structures Plus mod back in Ark Survival Evolved, and a lot of us who were used to using S+ got addicted to it. It's hard to live without it once you've used it. And S+ there is no official version of S+ for ASA, because the mod was so awesome that Wildcard hired the modder. He's now a full-time Wildcard employee, and he's actually the guy who designed the new building system, which in my opinion is the part of ASA that works the best and the smoothest. Like all those snap points and quarter pieces and all of the nice new building stuff that makes building so much easier. Yeah, that's all him. But the thing from S+ is that so what this does is it's a kind of a version of wireless crafting, but instead of it being a passive thing where like the base game wireless crafting that's been added to ASA, for one thing, it requires you to unlock tech from a boss fight. You have to have tech dedicated storage, and then if you've got resources in tech dedicated storage, then your crafting stations in the area will automatically basically pull whatever you need to craft into that crafting station when you need it. But this just adds this simple little thing. So this icon is pull to repair. So if I had something that was broken and needed repair, like say if my shirt needed repair or something, I could highlight it and then click that. And then if I have containers in the area that had whatever resources were needed to fix that, it would pull just the right amount of those resources into my inventory or it could be into the inventory of like a smithy or whatever in order to fix it. So that's a really handy one. Love that. And then this one is pull to craft. And so, let's see. Let me go back over there and I can show you this one better over here. I keep meaning to do a little tutorial on this thing because this is a function that now exists in multiple different quality of life mods since Orion Sun made S Plus open source. And so a lot of people have imported a lot of S Plus functions into ASA in multiple different versions. So different puller mods, and then there's cyber structures, there's B Plus, there was QOL Plus, but that one's been discontinued. There's a whole bunch of other ones like that that all use some of these functions. But even automation things like the nanny, if you've ever used a nanny mod or seen content creators use a nanny mod, that's originally an S Plus thing. So many awesome features. But anyway, I can... Well, it's not going to let me really pull to craft because right now, because I'm in creative mode. So let me get out of creative mode for a sec. Okay. And then let me find... It's showing me all the skins in here. That's different. So they've changed the cosmetic system again. That's all the official skins. It makes sense because this is an official DLC. So now it shows up over here instead of in the custom cosmetics. That's cool. Okay, what was I looking for? I was looking for something that I have all the resources to craft nearby. Or that I could anyway. What do I need? I need a few metal ingots. Here, I can get metal ingots. There, now I got metal ingots. I can't move because I'm over encumbered. But anyway, put those in a container. And then let's find something to craft. So I don't have the resources in my inventory anymore to craft that. But like if I wanted to make a storage box, I could hit pull to craft and it would... I'm over encumbered, so it's not going to let me do it. Just a second. There, you happy now? Sheesh. There, now pull. Still, I do so have enough inventory space, or wait. What is your issue? I swear I argue with this game a lot sometimes. Can I make a thatch foundation, please? Okay, CS is having an issue with updating my inventory carry weight for some reason. Doesn't think I have enough inventory space or weight. That is so weird. Can I make this? That's one thatch. It won't even let me pull one thatch. What about with this? So that's showing me where I have thatch nearby, and then I can choose how many I want to pull to my inventory. So let's pull like, I don't know, 5. So that... No, it says 0 items. It might be confused because of the fact that I was in creative mode. Wonder if that could be it. Let me try something here. There's a little... If I suspect that my character has gotten glitched somehow, there's a little thing that I do to fix it. Let me go back into GCM for a minute and get a couple of sleeping bags or beds. If it's a problem with your character rather than a problem with the game itself or the server or a mod, then this is one of my first go-to attempts to fix it, is just put down a couple of sleeping bags and then I just fast travel from one to the other. It does basically the same as killing yourself and respawning. It's just faster than killing yourself and respawning. So fast travel. See, that's a lot faster than dying and respawning. And then my stuff is right there for me to pick up. Okay, so I had a lot of dyes on me, but those aren't supposed to weigh anything. And these are all showing as skins now. They didn't used to do that. They would just kind of disappear. It's really interesting. I think I'm not going to take all of this stuff back just in case there's issues of some kind. Just going to leave that. Although, actually, can I make an Omni tool now? Will you let me make an Omni tool, please? Oh, and I'm in fake GCM. That's what happens if you transfer like that while you're in creative mode. You'll be like partly in creative mode and partly not. So yeah, let me do GCM again, then GCM again. Get out of it. You basically have to do it 3 times in a row if you triggered that little issue. Okay. Now I am back in it for real. And there's a little bit of lag going on. Not quite sure what that's about. My GPU has spiked, but it's OBS spiking it, not the game. I don't know. I'm not doing anything different, OBS. I don't know what your issue is. And it crashed again. It's very interesting. This game is definitely good for developing character, I will say that. That's not to say I haven't rage quit this game a few times. I definitely have. I rage quit it for a month after Monarchy 6.5 ended, when I was playing on Extinction with all of those people. Because I was just so exhausted from so many hours of streaming and content creation, and then the game started crashing, and it was crashing like every 15 minutes, and it was so very frustrating that I quit and played Aloft and Enshrouded and other games for a month. And it was nice, and then I came back. Okay, are we lagging again? Is the stream lagging? Let me know, because YouTube is complaining at me again, but it might fix itself. Okay. Now there's supposed to be... Let me look at the patch notes really quick and see if there's a way that I can optimize this, because I'm remembering now that there was supposed to be in this update some kind of setting that you could put it on that would help with performance. I think it was like automatically do the volumetric fog and stuff like that commands. Let's see. You pull this over here. Okay, so this is the patch notes for this update. And look at this massive beast of a patch notes list. I'm not going to read all of it out loud. I'm just going to scan it as fast as I can and read a few things. An anniversary event is now live. Unofficial servers can also use it. Added a drop-down option to enable active events in host single-player mode. Okay, so single players can now activate events. Club Ark has a new update. Migrated from Unreal Engine 5.2 to 5.5 to improve Ark's foundation toward better performance, stability, and visual quality. Individual DLC maps are now able to be installed and uninstalled separately from the base game. That's probably why we were having the issue with Extinction, was because the update uninstalled some of the DLC maps. Because it does that to save space. if you're not using it, there's no reason that you would necessarily need to have it installed, I guess. Although they do need to migrate some of the assets onto other maps or into the base game so that you can still use those on other maps, and need to make sure that that's done the way it should be. Added single player backup saves beta, so that is still in beta, but they're adding the ability from within the game to back up your single player saves so that you can have multiple saves of the same map, and that's pretty cool. And that will definitely be awesome, especially for the console players who previously weren't able to back up their saves at all. And of course, I just did a video yesterday on how to back up your single player saves in PC, and now that's a little bit outdated. But I mean, the method I showed in that video still does work. And personally, I trust myself in my own computer to keep my saves safer than saving them within the game itself, if that makes sense. So I'll probably keep doing it this way, but it would have been nice to know about that so I could have at least mentioned it. Okay, that's the one I wanted to find. Added a new performance-only graphics preset on PC, which disables certain features to boost frame rate at the cost of visual quality. Okay, graphics preset. So we'll have to look for that and see if that is a thing in here in the graphics. Or it might be in game or something. Not seeing it here. Graphics presets. Oh, there it is. Okay, so it's under graphics presets. Okay, up here. Performance. Okay, that forces everything to low except general shadows is high. Global illumination quality is high. Foliage quality is high. So we'll see how that runs. Why does it turn light bloom on though? If I was going to have one of these two on, I would rather have light shafts than light bloom. Light bloom is like, the sun is in my eyes, that kind of effect. Whereas light shafts is like, oh, look at the pretty shafts of light filtering between the trees. I don't know why I would want bloom and not the light shafts. Don't know what that's about. Okay, but we'll try it. We'll just try this setting and see how it works. That is just pop mode, potato mode. Yeah, engaged potato mode. If it runs, then that's okay for now. And so these are the mods we currently have installed. I haven't gotten around to testing Clifton's backpacks or awesome spyglass yet though, so I'm not going to add any more just yet. Trying to test them just a few at a time. That's why I always say save Aaron Longstaff. Yeah, we're just not used to having to do that because you don't really have to do that on ASE. Oh wow. Well, oh, look at this. It's adding all of these engrams back again. Why does it do this? And some of these are not new. Some of them are new engrams, but some of them are not. I mean, I know you guys probably can't see them because they're so tiny on your screens, but some of these are things like crossbow, the normal metal pike, gunpowder, you know, all things that were already in the game. So they changed the UI somehow, or they changed the way engrams work. And it's also adding the engrams from the mods that are on here that have engrams. That's interesting, but wow, yeah, it definitely does look different. It would not be my preference to play on this mode, but you know, if you had to in order to get the game to work at all, then you know, that's valid. Yeah, that looks bad to me. Oh, and there's my cat. Let's grab the cat. All right. And did they turn down the grass density? I think they also did turn down the grass density. But the shadows thing is messing with me. It just looks wrong to me. Because the color of everything is wrong. It's like too bright. Try turning down gamma a little bit. What is the default gamma? I think the default is like 2 point something. Let's try gamma 2 and just see if that makes it brighter or darker. That did a little darker. Okay. So let's try gamma 1.8. Little darker. 1.5. At least the colors look a little more saturated, which looks better to me. Okay. We'll see if it runs better like this, but I don't think I'm going to be able to keep this for very long. It did also turn off volumetric fog. You can tell because there's no murkiness in the water. The volumetric fog also affects that. Okay. Most have auto engrams on. I never use auto engrams. Never. Because at least in ASE, auto engrams could cause crashes because especially if people have also a bunch of mods that add even more engrams, then that starts to be a lot of data for the character to be carrying around with them everywhere they go, basically, that, oh, this character knows these things. And I mean, it's dumb, but it's kind of just the way it is. Oh, and look, it rolled back. I've got my stuff back in my inventory again. Anyway, I don't really care that I rolled back, but I'll have to keep that in mind that it's not saving. But what was I saying before I got distracted by that? Oh yeah, auto engrams. And so it was causing crashes, especially when people would transfer between servers in a cluster, because the game would glitch, I guess, when it sometimes when it tried to remember all of that information. And just like, kind of like how you're not really supposed to transfer between servers on a cluster with your inventory completely full either, because that's a lot of data. And sometimes the game will struggle with that. But I mean, maybe it's better in ASA, but I just play it safe. There's only a couple kinds of mods that I don't use at all. And auto engrams is one, and the other one is stack mods. I do not use stack mods, and I don't recommend that anyone use stack mods, actually. There's better ways of solving the same problem. There's better ways of solving the inventory problems, and stack mods can tend to conflict with other mods and cause problems more often than any other type of mod. My other modder friends all kind of hate stack mods because it seems like more often than not, when somebody comes to them with a weird problem saying that their mod isn't working, they ask, are you using a stack mod? And it turns out that they are, yes. Okay, maybe it was, I wonder if it was the flamethrower that was doing weird things and creating ghost trees. Okay, we're gonna have to test this. Okay, this tree is definitely here. Okay. Now, if we use the flamethrower on it, it's making this sound as if the tree fell, but it didn't visually fall. And it's now looking like a ghost. It's like it stayed and it fell at the same time. That is very odd. Huh. Yeah, it'll just take time for them to find all of these weird things and fix them. Speaking of which, though, we should probably go check and see if I've still got ghost trees over at my other build like location where we started out the stream. It looks to me a lot like Survival Evolved, actually. It looks like some hybrid between Survival Evolved and ASA. On these settings, but hey, you know, if it'll still run, there we go again. The birth of a Titan. Okay, so that build site was over here, just down the river from the volcano, and yeah, it looks like the trees are gone now. Huh, I needed to leave render and come back, I guess. And I am going to be rolling back this save once I'm sure all the mods are working, because modded structures have disappeared. Since I'm not using, I don't have those mods on here at the moment, because they were not working properly. But let me show you something that I've been telling people all along, and I'll repeat it again. I'm sorry to keep repeating things, but people keep joining and leaving the stream and stuff, so they may not have heard it the first time. But if you ever log in and find your structure like this, just leave it. Don't put any structures down. Don't pick any structures up until you have a chance to like reinstall whatever mod it was, try to roll back your server or whatever, or at least try to, if you've got containers with storage, try to move all of those, because the first time you interact with any of these structures, it's going to fall down. Let's see if we can at least add some foundation support. Okay, it's letting us add foundation support here. That's good. So we might be able to get away with adding support. But like this here is fully floating and it shouldn't be. And if I pick up one of these, the whole thing falls down. Because when you add to or remove a structure, it does a foundation support check to make sure that the structure is supported. If you don't do anything that adds to or removes structures from it, though, it doesn't do that check and it'll just stay floating. So, yeah. So like if this was my actual real base, I might want to take the contents of this vault and move them before trying to fix anything, you know? But this is not a survival playthrough, so I don't really care about the stuff that's in there because I can always spawn it in again in creative mode. But anyway, yeah, so we were messing around with and experimenting with stuff there. And now let's test these other mods before I forget again. Backpack. So my favorite backpack is the one with the lantern. So let's grab that one, but we'll grab a few of the others as well. Just make sure that those are working. And in order to make sure they're working, like really working, I need to put some of these down so that I can get out of creative mode. What do I want to put in? Let's just put down as smithy. Oh, that has to be on a foundation. All right, now let's just dump this stuff in here. The majority of it. And I can keep the backpacks. All right, and then let's just grab just a few things so that I can test what I wanted to test here. Okay, there's wood. There's thatch. All right, so the thatch weighs 6 pounds. pile of wood weighs 50. The structures here, the large storage boxes, 20 of those is 80 pounds, and the spark powder is 10 pounds. Now let's put on one of these backpacks. And the way these work, get out of creative mode. Oh, I'm going to have to put 42 pillars might kind of over encumber me. There we go. Okay, no longer in GCM. So my weight currently is at 205. Now, these are tier 3 backpacks, and these are cool because it's a toggle. So they don't take up any of your skin slots. They don't take up your chibi slot. They don't take up any slots. You just activate it in your inventory. So like, here's my favorite one. Let's do this one. Just E to equip. And see, it shows up on my back with my cat's tail through it, but that's okay. And it's animated really nicely too. I like that it even moves when you move, and it looks really cool, but you don't have to access its inventory or anything like that. All it does, it doesn't have an inventory. It just gives you a buff. You see there's a little symbol down. Well, you can't see it here. Let me move the camera. See down there, there's a little symbol. That just tells you that the buff for the backpack is active, and that is giving me weight reduction so that all of these things weigh less than they normally should. And yes, I wanted to test if I had it on the default settings here or if I had some of my custom INI for this mod. And it looks like it is on the default settings, which is that the weight reduction only applies to raw resources, not to crafted items or structures. So this still weighs 80 pounds, but this weighs only 3.5, this weighs 17.5, and this weighs 2.1. So the tier 3 backpack, it's weird how it's phrased in the mod description, because it says that it says that like tier 1 is 15%, tier 2 is 50%, tier 3 is 85% or something like that, which makes it seem like the lower tier is better than the higher tier, but that's how much it actually weighs or whatever. No, I think I flipped that anyway. But anyway, you get a much better weight reduction at the higher tier of backpack, but you have to unlock that at a much higher level. Yeah. Hey, Brody, welcome, welcome. Hey, Tech, hello. I'm trying out the new performance mode that they have for potato PCs to try to run this, or also probably for lower end consoles. So this is an option under settings and graphics, and then graphics presets. If you choose performance only, then basically it turns everything as low as it can be in order to even work the game at all. But it automatically turns off the fog, the clouds, grass density is very low. The shadows look kind of terrible in my opinion. I don't know why. The general shadows are still high, but some of these other things that are missing, I really kind of miss. But at least the game runs, and I mean, so far so good. After running with it on this setting for a while, I am going to change the settings and see if I can notice a difference in the performance. One of the main things you will notice, though, if you are using mods, is that you do have to go in and manually update all of your mods in the mods list before you try to launch your single player save or join a server, because it takes a while. It's not going to happen, or at least it's more likely to break the mod if you just let the server launcher do it. So you're better off going into the mods list area. I showed that earlier on in the stream, and updating all the mods in there. And some of the bigger mods, you're probably going to want to uninstall them, restart the game, and then reinstall them, like deco mods, map mods, dino mods that add a lot of new dinos that have custom models and animations, like Paleo Ark, stuff like that. Usually those tend to be the biggest ones, especially the deco mods and the map mods. Not always though, but you can also see on the mod page what the size of the mod is. And so usually anything over a couple of 100 megabytes, I will uninstall it and then reinstall it rather than updating it, just because it saves on space, because CurseForge downloads an extra copy when it updates things. It's really dumb. But yeah, oh, you do actually have an option to turn off the light on the backpack. I'm trying to remember what it is. Somebody was telling me what it is. It's not F. Oh my gosh, the markers are back. I just made a video about the whistle groups and whistle commands, and I mentioned about how I couldn't see the markers anymore for the current whistle groups. They're back. It's awesome. Anyway, what was I saying before I was distracted like that? Oh yeah, the lantern. I think it might have been on a tooltip in here. Lantern. No, it doesn't say in here. But I know somebody told me that there was a button to turn the lantern on and off. What was it? I cannot remember. I probably shouldn't just mash random buttons. But anyway, that is a thing you can do. Let's try some of the other ones on real quick, though, too. First, let's remove this one. You just have to activate it again, and it removes it. And there's a very slight cooldown just for performance reasons, and then you can equip another one. So see, this one is just... here, let me... It looks like just a little tiny bag hanging off my butt for some reason. Can't really see the strap anymore. There used to be a strap. That is actually kind of funny. I don't know what is it. I think it's supposed to be a belt with pouches on it or something. Not my favorite. Let's redo that one to unequip it. And primitive travel backpack. This is the one that doesn't have a lantern on it. So it's the same other than that. LT or N. Okay, I'll try that, McKay. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of people are having issues with updating their mods, but yeah, we just got to be patient. This is a really, really big update. Let me go into photo mode here. See what that's like. Wrong button. Okay. Yeah, the lighting is so... makes it difficult to see. The lighting is so harsh. But I like the design on the backpack. It reminds me of like a backpack from Lord of the Rings or something. Okay. And then this one is like a really minimalist little one. I guess for maybe if you have a magical character or something. It's just a scroll case, a little scroll sling. So that's kind of a cool option as well. Some servers are down. I don't know anything about the official network and what they're doing. I have my personal servers down, though. I have a bunch of Ark servers, and I'm not bringing mine back up until I know that all the mods that are on them have been safely updated. So just out of concern for the community, and I don't want to risk them losing stuff, I'm really encouraging people to just play on single player for now until we're sure that the mods are all fixed. And yeah, because if I launch a server and one of the mods that's on there isn't updated correctly, then all the items that go to that mod will go poof and be gone. And I don't want anybody's dinos or structures or storages to go poof, because that would be very sad and would give me a headache. So yeah, trying to do the responsible thing, even though it sucks and I know people want to get on and play. We're just going to have to check things out in single player for now. And I have an ice cream truck going by outside randomly. I don't know if you can hear that or not, but yeah. Okay. Now what was checking out backpacks? That's what we were doing. And there's also this seasonal Santa sack one that he made. Festive backpack. So that just looks looks like this. Those all appear to be working the way they should. And the other one I needed to test still was Awesome Spyglass. Okay, the engram is showing up. That's good. I'm going to have to get back into GCM to make it, though, because I don't have resources around here to make it. Let's try out this bad boy. At least the icon is back. The icon was broken for a while. Okay, the outline works again. The outline also wasn't working for a while, which the outline can be toggled on and off. This is a really thick looking outline. Let's change this. So here's the settings for the mod. It's cool that you can change it in game. But let's see, settings, disable aggression outline. If you don't like the outline at all, you can turn it off. And then you can still have the information from the Awesome Spyglass without the outline. But I do like the outline, just not when it's quite so big. Okay, so the HUD, you can change the size of the HUD and the location of it. You can change a lot of details. Okay, character outline thickness. There we go. Let's turn it down. It's a little extreme. Down all the way. And there is a Rex who decided to come and bother me. Okay, that looks good. Progress bar. You know what? Let's change the color of the progress bar just because we can. That's better. I like that better. Okay. And, oh, there's also admin settings. What does that do? Oh, you can change what things it will show in the HUD there. That's cool. So if you feel like the Awesome Spyglass is OP, you don't want people to have all of the info, then you can uncheck the ones that you don't want to show up. You can even uncheck the character outline so or the GPS so that they won't have those functions. That's cool. If that is your thing. Why are you being a pain in the butt? Here, let me turn on enemy invisible space. One is true, right? I think so. Okay, now he's gonna forget what he was doing. Yep, and he does not notice me. Okay, this lighting though is messing with me. Let me see if we can fix this. Pretty nice over here on the vanilla only player side of things. Yeah, in a way, yeah, I can see that, but I just like the additional options that mods offer. It's nice having more options. It's not even necessarily about making things easier, although having a little more convenience, saving some time can be really valuable when you've got a job, family, stuff like that, and only have a limited amount of time to play. It can be nice to make some of those base chore type things take up less of your gaming time, you know. But yes, you do also have to manage the fact that mods sometimes break, and that's just comes with the territory. Okay, we're gonna put this back on custom. And let's see. I think most of these I can probably turn to medium at least. Try leaving those ones on high, and let's turn off light bloom and on light shafts. And let's see. Hopefully things will look better. Ah, there we go. Now that's the beautiful ASA that I like. I mean, even getting rid of the clouds and fog, it's still beautiful. And there is a mod that you can get that will automatically apply those two commands. whenever you load the game. But see, it just, I don't know, it just looks so much better to me, even without the clouds and fog. Hey, Al, welcome. Glad to see you here. All right, I think it's time, folks. I think it's time to log out and try a couple more mods. Add them, test them, make sure they're working. And I'll just leave those in my inventory for now, I guess. Yeah. And let's get out of creative mode before I exit, because that can prevent some issues. All right, and then exit to main menu. Are you going to crash on me? No, it didn't crash that time. Okay, good. Wonderful. All right, now let's add a couple more mods to test. All right, what shall we test next? I don't want to start with the most important ones. This is definitely one of my must-haves on every server that I have is Scribble's Better Sign. So let's try that one. Foundation ceilings, we definitely need. Those are both tiny little mods, so I'm going to also pick a bigger one to test too. Let's do super cryo storage. Okay. Ice cream, we all scream for ice cream. Yeah, well, if I could take you guys with me, I might go and get ice cream just for you, even though I couldn't eat it because I'm allergic to dairy. But anyway, there are some very good dairy-free ice creams out there now, though. I was actually out with my husband and some friends of his for a friend's birthday last night, and we did an escape room thing, which was super fun. Never done that before, but that was very enjoyable. And then we went to a Mexican restaurant, and then we went and got ice cream afterwards. And the ice cream shop that we went to, it's kind of a Seattle fixture. There's several of them all over the Seattle area. It's called Molly Moon's. And they have a dairy-free coconut milk ice cream that is so good. Oh my gosh, it is incredibly good. Okay, let's do the grass density one first this time, because geez, this is dense. Grass dot density scale, that's the one. No, not that one. That one. Space 0.2. Just a tiny bit of grass. Okay. And then R dot volumetric. Wait, no. Okay, the clouds are already gone. I think it remembered that what am I doing? Forgetting that I'm not in GCM is what I'm doing, and almost falling off a cliff. So I have plans for when Ragnarok comes out. Mean Ren knows what I'm talking about. If she's still listening, we're kind of planning it out together. I don't know how much she wants me to say in advance. I mean, it could be a good way to raise some hype, but it should be a lot of fun. Oops, sorry. But I'll tell you what I'll be doing. And what I'll be doing is I'm going to be doing a survival playthrough on Ragnarok. But the goal of the playthrough is not going to be to do the boss fights in the normal thing. The goal is going to be for me to build a castle in survival mode. So actually gathering all the resources legit, which hopefully I'll have tribe members. I won't be alone, thankfully. But gathering all the resources, you know, still having to tame dinos, manage food and water, make kibble, all of the other things, but also needing to build a castle because an invasion is coming. So I have to build a castle that will also be protective, that will also be needed for actual practical defense. So that should be a fun series. Ragnarok. Hey Mikey, how's it going? What I am doing right now actually is I am testing mods, because there are some mods that didn't update quite properly. Oh, it's doing the ghost trees thing again, dang it. need to leave render and then come back. But anyway, this is my island save where I've been working on builds and stuff. I do have a backup of it, thankfully, because I loaded it up without any mods on it. And so, of course, most of my structures are gone, but that is okay because I'm going to roll it back after I'm done with all this testing. But, oh, Mikey, thank you so much. Member for 19 months. Jeez, that is, what a legend. You are awesome, dude. And I think you were also one of my very, very first channel members when I first got into the partner program. Okay, so it remembers the fog and cloud settings when you just exit to the main menu, says Stravenstein. Okay, that's cool. So yeah, I was working on a castle build here, and a lot of the pieces were modded though, so yeah, those went poof. But of course, I am going to be rolling it back, so I'm not too worried about it. But we're testing out mods a few at a time, just to make sure they're working before we add all of them and then roll it back. And it's definitely boosted weights. I mean, boosted everything, because I don't play in single player on ASA. I don't really play it like actually playing the game. I don't think there's any single player maps that I've done a serious playthrough on. I use single player. I do all of my playing on my servers, and I use single player for like testing stuff, testing builds, getting screenshots for thumbnails, stuff like that. And so it's all creative mode stuff, and it's all as boosted as it can be, probably. Well, the thing is, ASR didn't update, but I was wanting to start it up and test before adding it even. So I knew that ASR wasn't going to be on here when I loaded it up. It's not like it didn't surprise me. But I'm just trying to be cautious and test out the mods a few at a time here. So let's see. We added foundation ceilings, so let's test that one. What other one did we just add? I'm losing my mind. I don't remember. Yay, I got more points. Okay. Just make sure these guys are still working. Actually, I want it to be up higher. But, yep, see, they are floating. They are working as foundation ceilings, as they are supposed to. But let me try up high. Now, I'm really curious. This might make the whole structure collapse, just the fact that I'm adding anything to this, because this foundation ceiling will add foundation support to whatever structure I snap it to. But then when it runs a foundation support check, it may notice some other structures that don't have foundation support, and so those may collapse. So I'm just curious what's going to happen. Let's see. Okay, so far so good. Okay, what about if I add one over here? Okay, that could be a good way to save your structures if you do have structures that are floating. You could just add some foundation ceilings to them while you try to fix it if you don't want to go into creative mode. But yeah. Thankfully, I can roll things back, and I will. And doing your thumbnails, it's awesome. Wildcard and CurseForge have already put out information about the mod updates going to take some time. Yeah, I figured. And ASR, the reason why I didn't want to test it right off the bat is because it is one of the bigger mods. It is 1.5 GB. So it's going to take a minute, and that's okay. We can be patient, right? We can be patient. And I actually haven't tested Club Ark first, but you are right. I think you do have to download it first. Is it still listed as a mod, or is it a free DLC? I haven't gotten on Club Ark since Monarchy, which was in January, so I don't know. And I did have it downloaded at that time. So if it hasn't changed, then I should still have it downloaded, but who knows with this update and all the things that have changed with this. Okay, now let me fix this lighting. This kind of lighting is great for taking screenshots, but it is It is a little bit hard to see everything. So we don't need it to be golden hour just at the moment. Let's make it noon. Okay. That's better. Now, what else did we need to test? We added that one. What else did we add? Oh yeah, SCS. We added SCS. So let's add that. And what else? I thought I added one more, but I could be mistaken. The animated cosmetic pack has its own folder in here, though. They did change the cosmetic system yet again, Mikey. You're definitely going to be interested in that. Because, I mean, it makes sense. The things that are part of DLCs are now in the crafting inventory. And I actually, I don't think I need to. I think actually, if I wasn't in creative mode, I think I might have to craft them. I'm not sure. But anyway, you can get those from the crafting menu, which means that everybody that has the DLC is definitely going to need to use, folder mode here. But there's the steampunk. Okay, and all the steampunk skins are there. So they kind of changed it back to how it was at first, but then we also still do have the cosmetics tab. But then the cosmetics tab, it lets you access all of those things in here as well as in the crafting inventory. I don't know if that's just a temporary thing or what, but yeah, it's anybody's guess at this point. But yeah, there's all my custom cosmetics that I have at the moment. I was going to check on Super Cryo Storage. Super Cryo Storage is the same type of mod as Dino Depot. I haven't tested Dino Depot, but I know that the modder has posted about the update on his Discord and stuff, and he's pretty on top of it. You may want to check his Discord if you're not sure. Here, there is a fun admin creative mode feature on this thing that I enjoy. If I have admin access, and of course I do, and then I right click, it puts the gun into admin mode. And then in admin mode, I can run around and I can, at least I could when it was working, and pick up wild creatures and tame them. Why is this not working? I'm gonna have to force tame something. Yeah, I wonder if it's not working at a distance at all. Let's try my cat. No, it works. On creatures that I own. There's the kitty. Well, may have to force tame a few things then. Let me check actually the settings first on this mod. It might be something that's disabled by default. Enable Dino hologram. Oh, I think I know what that is. I'm not doing it now. Thought that it would show a preview of what creature is in the ball, but it doesn't seem like it's working. Okay. Let me check the terminal. I think the terminal on this mod is where you adjust the admin settings. So let's double check that. Do some troubleshooting here, but basically this whole stream has been troubleshooting of one form or another. All right, have a good one, Mikey. We'll see you around. Okay. All right, click save. Got it. Thanks. Let's go back to that. Capture Dino in combat. Yes. Can capture raid dinos. Sure. Yes. Save Dino inventory. Huh. That's a cool feature. I'm gonna have to check that out. Okay, and save. Still loading data. We'll give it a minute to do that. Arkipedia, though, I'm not sure what mod you mean by VWS. If you could clarify, then I can let you know if I know anything about that. Okay, and then terminal. Come on. CPU is spiking again. Oh, there we go. It was just... Nope, it crashed. Dang it. It's been crashing if... Oh, it's still saying the same message. I don't know what's going on. Hopefully it'll fix itself. And what happened to my camera? Now my camera's going wonky on me. Let's get the game loading up and then I'll see what I can figure out about this. There we go. Technical issues. What can I say? Don't we all love how this modern technology makes our lives easier? All right. Now, you know what? I was asked specifically about a couple of mods. So if you want me to test a mod for you, just let me know in the comments and I will do my best to test it out. So let's get Dino Depot. I used to have it, but come on. There we go. But I'm going to have to reinstall it again. Shouldn't take too long though. And normally you don't want to have more than one of the same type of mod installed. So if this was a server, I wouldn't have both of these. But since neither of them actually change anything about the base game, it should be fine. You know, mods that just add something usually don't conflict. It's usually mods that change base game functions that can cause conflicts. That's why stack mods cause conflicts, because they replace all the resources in the game with a modded resource that stacks higher and weighs less. And therefore, when other mods might be looking for the base game version of stone or whatever, they can't find it because now it's not base game stone, it's stack mod stone, and the name is a little different or whatever. So that can cause issues. But mods that just add stuff are usually fine to use together, even if they do this about the same thing, because it's just adding two different things. But of course, I wouldn't actually need to play with both of them, but we can test them. JVH, I believe I have JVH landscaping on here, so let me activate that one too. So just don't let me forget, these are the ones that are still on here that I need to test. JVH, Dino Depot, need to do some more testing on Super Cryo Storage, and Scribbles Signs. Obviously, I haven't tested all of the functions of cyberstructures, but the main mod works, the structures themselves work. I mean, placing them and stuff. If there's any issues or glitches with any of the structures, I'm sure Cyber Angel will be on top of fixing those if you just let her know in her Discord. Okay, now... Yay, the update's finally done for you. That's awesome, Stravenstein. Okay. Come on now. You can do it. Crossing my fingers. Oh, and let me turn off the preview over on OBS and see if that'll help make it stop spiking my GPU. That won't change anything for you guys, but it might help from my side. See, it's doing this again. It's learning all the engrams when I first log on. It's adding all these engrams, and I don't know why. And these aren't new engrams. And they're not just modded engrams, and they're not just base game engrams. It's a mix. It's basically all the engrams in the game. It's just adding them all. And I don't have an auto engram unlock mod installed, and I don't have that setting enabled as far as I'm aware. It's weird. I don't seem to be triggering a second update like what happened to you. I need to, yeah, just check the version. Check the version number. I mean, because maybe you just got both of the updates back to back. That would definitely be nice. Okay, let's get back into GCM here and fly out of render and then come back. Ooh, what's in this drop? Anything good? Not that I care, really. Oh, it's not even down yet. It is so pretty with the clouds and fog. I do really like it. Let's see if we can just get rid of the fog and get by with the clouds. I must have mistyped that. I do not know. I guess all of that must be under clouds. Okay, are you done deciding if those trees are there or not? No. Okay, I gotta go farther away, I guess. Okay, fine. We'll go down here. Where I've got some of my Bob Box Ascended sample builds, and those were vanilla, so those should still be here fine. Where is that? Oh, yeah. Here's one of them. I've got a few different ones that I built in different locations. So, yes, this is my ultimate starter base design. The tutorial for it is on the channel. It is a little funny looking. It's a kind of a modern looking build, but it has everything in there up to fabricator stage. And everything fits very efficiently, and it's got all kinds of nice little quality of life details. So yeah, you might want to check that tutorial out if you haven't seen it yet. See, there's even space for a compact little kibble farm. Got all your crafting and beds and storage. And see, it looks cute too. It's cozy as well as being practical. Got a generator. And then up on the roof, you've got your greenhouse. All in one. So it's very efficient with resources. It's very efficient with engrams because, like, you don't have to unlock sloped walls. You don't have to unlock... I unlocked the stairs and added them, but you don't actually need them. Can I close the door, please? Are you going to let... There we go. You don't need any pillars or anything like that. I wanted to design one that used as few different types of building pieces as possible, because I know that early game... Oh, my cat is out again? It must have rolled back to before I captured her. Huh. Anyway, I know that engrams are precious and you don't necessarily want to use a lot of engrams to unlock structures. early on. And so I decided to go with a practical box shape structure. Try slow-mo? Okay, let's try some slow-mo. There we go. Yep, slow-mo is working. Here's a little tip to any content creator friends that are in there. A lot of times when I stream, I have slow-mo on just a little bit, like 0.8 or 0.9, so it's almost full speed. But see, that's 0.8. Like, you wouldn't really notice the difference, but I just feel like it makes things less blurry when when things are moving fast or when I'm running. It slows things down just a little bit to let the recording software and the game rendering catch up, I guess. And then I've got another one over here. Same type of thing. I just wanted to do something a little different with the exterior. Add a different kind of porch. A cozy little built-in fire pit. It's a very similar location, and I've got another one here. You can tell I was experimenting with and perfecting the design. Yeah. So I've kind of got them all over the place. I was doing some decorative things with railings just to see how that could look. But it's quick enough to build that, it's easy enough to do that multiple times. And then I also have one actually over... Oh, this... I took a bunch of pictures of this, but I don't know if I ever actually made a showcase video. I thought I was gonna, but this was like one of the first things I built in ASA when I was just experimenting with the new building system and playing around with it and seeing what it could do. So you can tell I kind of went a little nuts with the railings. But yeah, it was fun. I decided to try building on some uneven terrain and just doing some, because that's how I like to build. I don't like to build on flat ground. So yeah, I decided to build a little tropical resort out here on this little island off the coast. Okay. But then out towards the end of here is where... This is the one that I was using to showcase different skins when I did a showcase video for Sandy, showcasing the Arcadian and the Quantum skins. And I actually used the rollback feature for that. I made a save of the structure the way I wanted it, and then I went through and I reskinned everything with quantum skins, and then I recorded it, took some footage, some slow flybys and everything, and then I went and I rolled back to the save before I put all the skins on so that I wouldn't have to go back through and take them off. And then I put the Arcadian skins on and did the same thing. And I was experimenting with making a fountain, so that's kind of what this is. And it had some skins on it also that looked kind of cool before, but anyway, maybe someday I'll make a tutorial for that. It's just messing around. I like to mess around with building in this game. All right, let's go back and find my cat, who's probably gotten herself lost trying to follow me. Oh, she's in the river. Poor kitty. All right, kitty, come here. Ah, come back here. Poor kitty's all wet. Ooh. There. All right, now let's try this SCS stuff again. And we also need the JVH stuff. That's not coming up under that name. Hey, none your business. Welcome, welcome. Hello. It's been a minute. I am glad to see you here. Okay, let's see if we can find... Oh, yeah, the JVH stuff is in here at least. I recognize these, so we'll craft a few of them. I'm not going to be able to test all the structures, but I'll craft a sampling of them. And are the rest of them in a folder? Or they might all... The rest of them might be in the crafting station. Yeah, I think they are. Steampunk pack? What is that? That must be a new thing from the... Oh, yeah, tier 2. This is a new thing from the backpack mod. I didn't notice that before. Okay, we're definitely going to have to check that out. Oh, that is cool looking. Let's go over where there's more light. And Kitty, let's put you down for a minute. That is cool looking. And that is from Clifton's Backpacks, which is a favorite mod of mine. You just activate the backpack in the inventory and it gives you a weight reduction buff on all raw resources. So this is a tier 2. It's giving me a 50% weight reduction. So this stack of wood weighs 25 pounds instead of 50, for example. It's a great little mod. And yeah, I actually have a video about it that I made. It was, I think, the first mod profile video that I made when ASA came out, because I was so excited about this mod when I found it. Okay. Let's pick you up again, and then lag spike there for a minute. Okay. Oh. Come on now. It's a little bit of lag here, but okay, there's the Dino balls from Dino Depot. Dino digitizer. And what is the station for that called? Is it just called like the depot or something? Yeah, there it is. Depot terminal. Nice. Backpack mod is amazing. Could not get my bolstering shiny dinos to compile with them, so only one. Huh. I'm not sure what you mean. Bolstering to compile with them? I mean, the backpacks are only for characters. They're not for dinos. Yeah, the download does take quite a long time. Yeah, it took you 3 hours. Yeah, it didn't take me that long. It took about an hour and a half or so. But then it did also need to it needed to download another patch not that long after it first installed. So that's the Dino Depot terminal. And this is the Super Cryo storage terminal. Very similar idea. They have... All right, we are back. We should be back. Are we back yet? Let me reload the live stream page here then. Dang, the technical issues we're having today. There we go. All right. Bolstering shiny dino mod. Dinos reduce weight as a shoulder pet. They don't do both. Oh, okay. That makes sense. So you have to choose either your bolstering shoulder pet or the backpack mod. That makes sense. Yeah. No worries. Yeah, a lot of times things are like that. You can't really have two buffs that do the same thing. Sometimes they don't stack, especially if they weren't designed to stack. If they're from completely separate mods, then that totally makes sense. Okay, do you have any variants? You do not. Okay, just this one. And none in here, but I can put a display name and stuff. Okay, and then I've got the Dino digitizer and the SCS gun. Now let's see what was up with the... No, I thought there were settings I could configure in there, but I guess not. Let me see if there were settings in here. Yeah, I think I was just about to check the admin, or finish setting the admin settings. Okay. Okay, I don't need to change any of that. Okay, it did save the changes I made before. This is my creative mode save over here, so I don't care about game balance in this particular save. But I'm just trying to get it to work properly. Okay. Well, they might have gotten rid of that function if they thought it was too OP, even though it is an admin-only thing. But there used to be a thing where I could, in admin mode with the gun, I could capture wild dinos and it would like auto insta-tame them. But yeah, it doesn't seem to work anymore. That's okay. All right, well, we can force tame you guys, and you guys can be my test subjects. Okay, now they're gonna try to kill that one. Hey. Okay, I picked up that one. Let me turn so I got my crosshairs on you. All right. Oh, I had the crosshairs too low. There, okay. So I do have to tame them first. What's been munching on you there, Bronto? Something. There was a Serato over here earlier. It might have been that. Anyway, I wanted to test that out. And then we can throw these guys out just to test. I had all these nice ceilings and stuff here. Here, we'll throw you guys here just for now. Okay, so that works just fine. Let's put you in the terminal. Let's see if you can produce your resources properly. Terminal settings, okay. Let's see, we want resource generation, poop generation, unfertilized egg generation. And then that should be able to show us what we need to see. Okay, and I think this auto saves. All right, so we'll see next time I come by here to check if they've got any eggs and poop and stuff in there. All right, now let's try the Dino Depot stuff. You know what? I'm just gonna do... Oh, I forgot the last number. Stop time. 0. There. Okay, now hopefully it will stop getting dark on me. Now this also has an admin mode, but I don't remember how to get into admin mode. Let me see if it's a quick swap. Weapon options. I can craft a stack of dino balls. See if there's additional options in the terminal. all the stuff there. Yeah, this one, I think you have to change the settings via the INI. You can't actually change it in game using a UI like you can with Super Cryo storage. One of the things I like about SCS. Let's get me. Get some bolas. Even when I'm force taming, if I've got critters that won't stand still, it'd be handy to use a bola. Of course, you would be a level 2. Oh, you guys are going to be pains in the butt, are ya? I see how you are. Okay, seems to be working. Not sure what the range on it is. Missed it. Oh, where'd it go? These things are so small. There we go. Okay. And I know the UI is slightly different for these. You can see the difference. That this is SCS and this is Dino Depot. It's very similar, but not exactly the same. The SCS one also shows the traits. It doesn't seem that the Dino Depot one does, at least by default. Oh, it does, but it's just a little harder to spot. It's over there on the kind of the bottom right section of that. Okay. So, you know, mostly it's just a matter of preference. Yeah, it is a pretty powerful feature. It can be disabled, Geo, or Stravenstein. It can be, some people think it's OP, but I like some automation features, and you do have to go out and tame the dinos, right? Like it saves a lot on lag on servers, to be honest. That's one of the things I like about it, is because then you don't have to have all your production dinos and your kibble dinos out in the world, which can save you like 50 dinos sometimes, right? They can all be in a terminal, which saves so much lag and also saves so much base time and so many troughs to fill and all of that. It just saves a lot of time making it so that I have more time to go do the things that are fun for me, you know? Let's see. The new parts got me geeked out. Yes, I'm excited about the new building parts too, and I do want to pull those out and finish kind of going through those. And hello, Iron Mask. Welcome, welcome. I'm guessing you must be in the UK. Not the UK. Australia or New Zealand. You are an Aussie or a Kiwi, I am guessing, if it is morning for you right now. I'm actually in the Pacific Northwest of the United States, so it is about 5:30 in the evening for me. Okay, so I think Dino Depot can also produce resources. You just have to set it up. Let's see. And if you played on a server that it didn't do that, then the admins may have disabled that feature. Terminal settings. Yep, it's enabled. And you can also name it, so and it has all of the different resources that it'll collect passively from dinos that produce them, which is really nice. Like, you can tame a squid or a basilosaurus, even a low level one, and then just keep it in there in one of the dino balls, and it'll produce oil for you. Super, super nice. So the UI is different, but it does most of the same things. And another thing that is the reason why I always recommend people use one of these, or Peliori's Cryo Storage is another one that's also very popular, has millions of downloads, and it's also, you know, the UI will be different, the appearance will be different, but in practical use, it does most of the same things, if not all of the same things. But one of the reasons why I recommend using them is because they make a backup of all of the dinos that have been stored in the orbs on the server. And then, like, if I got arked and like fell through the mesh and lost my inventory through something stupid that wasn't my fault, then I can use the admin recovery to get back any creatures that I lost, because it'll make me basically a copy of that creature's ball and give it back to me in my inventory. Now, you could theoretically use this to duplicate or clone creatures, but that causes some weird issues if you do that, so don't do that. There's a reason why this is only available for admins. And if you're curious, I can tell you what it does, because I did that once in ASE and it was kind of funny. But oh, you're in Barcelona, Geo? Wow. That is awesome. Yes, I do have floating rocks. It's still probably because of the graphics settings. I was messing around with those earlier. And JC Hooligan, welcome, welcome. It's been a minute. How you doing? But anyway, all of these mods, they make a backup of the dinos that have been stored in the pods. And so that is really handy. I always tell players on my servers, though, that you do need to name your dinos, at least with your name or some kind of a code or tag or something, because I mean, it's only showing these two because those are the only ones stored in pods from this mod on this server. But if you're on a server with even a few other people and hundreds of dinos, there could be hundreds of creatures listed here, and the only information you get is what's here. It'll tell you a tribe and the name and the level, and that's it. And then, you know, it's showing the gender, and that's it. So I can't see the colors. I can't see the stats. And if there are 50 creatures in here that are all named Argentavis, I won't know which one is your special Argy if I'm going to try to recover it, right? And so I always tell players on my servers to any creature you care about, please give it some kind of a name. Otherwise, it can't really be admin recovered using this. But it is pretty handy. And I was able to use this actually after my first Scorched Earth server got corrupted. The save corrupted because of Ark being Ark issues. It was very bad. It was very glitched. Yeah, but I was able to use this. I actually was able to transfer the Dino backup file from the Scorched Earth server onto the new server that I was moving everyone over to. And then I was able to use admin recovery on the new center server to bring back all of those dinos that have been lost. So that was really cool, being able to do that. And that's one of many reasons why I love using these mods. Also, oh, look, they are producing poop, so it is working. They don't produce as many eggs in these usually until you tame an Oviraptor. You have to tame an Oviraptor, but then just stick it in there in a pod and they'll produce more eggs. But this does the same thing. It's got admin settings here. And where is the admin recovery? It is somewhere around here. Trying to remember. It might have been in the terminal settings. No, back. Go back. Terminal settings. Where is it? I know that this is the mod we were using, so I know that it has that function. I just don't remember where it is. Anyway, don't have to find it right now. But yeah, you can also change the cost of the modded cryos in the INI for the mods. And I've done that. If anybody wants the INI that I use for super cryo storage, just ask for it on my Discord and I'm happy to share that. But the custom INI that I use for super cryo storage makes it so that the cryo balls unlock at a lower level, I believe, and they only cost like 1 crystal each to make them, and there's no cryo sickness. And the reason why I do that is because I want people to use them, because they help so much with lag, you know, having, and it helps also just with general like safety. Like it really sucks if you log off for a few days and then you get back on and a Therizino got into your base while you were gone and slaughtered all of your dinos, right? Well, if you pack them away safely in a terminal before you get off, if you put all your toys away nicely, then they're safe and you don't have to worry about them and you don't have to feed them. Nobody's going to starve. They aren't sitting there causing lag because all those animations, all the timers, the pooping timer, the eating timer, the egg laying timer, the mating timer, all of that uses up RAM and causes lag. And that's why flying over a big base can be so laggy. It's not just the number of structures, it's usually even more so the number of dinos. And so reducing the lag from dinos means we can build bigger stuff without creating so much lag. Yeah, it is a really awesome feature for sure. Okay, now what else did we want to test out? Oh yeah, let's just, I mean, this looks like it's working fine as it should. I do love this though. It is so fun being able to place all these aberration mushrooms and stuff. Put some of them over here on this nice little cliff side. I need to fix the floating rocks though. I do know how to fix that. I just haven't done it yet since I was using, they have a new graphics settings mode, so I was testing that earlier, and the performance mode, well, in a nutshell, it makes everything look like crap, but if you have a potato PC, you might still be able to run ASA using that setting. So I'm glad they have it. I would prefer not to use it though, if I could avoid it, because things do not look very nice. You'll have to look at the earlier part of the stream to see what I mean, but it's kind of sad. Okay, I love all the mushrooms. Very nice. So yeah, so far at least the JVH structures are working fine. Here's a gigantic redwood tree we can stick somewhere, wherever we want. Wow. Now that's a redwood tree. And the crafting table. The crafting table for this mod is really cute too. I really like it. I do need to test vegetation planters as well though. That's pretty much my favorite mod for placing plants. It's the one I used in ASE. And it's just fairly recently, like within the last month or so, been added to ASA. But this is pretty cool. You can place rocks yourself. It's almost like being able to terraform, right? And unless I am mistaken, let's test and see. I think you can put foundations on these. I think they count as ground. Let's double check. Yep, you can. See? So you can basically use these to terraform. You can use them to build, or you can't dig down into the ground, but you can add on to the ground. You can even, in ASE, we used to use those in the vegetation planters mod specifically. I wouldn't do this with the JVH version. But in the vegetation planters mod version, we built actual full-on caves out of them, like massive things using hundreds and hundreds of them. But the reason why I wouldn't do it with the JVH ones is because these are all individual structures in JVH, and so that would create a lot of lag, having that many of them in one area. But the way vegetation planters works is it kind of treats all of the plants like the base game treats them. So all of the trees in one area will be treated like one object, or all of the rocks in one area will be treated as one thing and all rendered in at once in a chunk. And so that makes it far less laggy. But I mean, if you're just decorating around your base, doing a few stuff, you know, normal things like people would use these for, then this is great and this is perfect. And it's probably simpler for most people to understand, you know, what it's doing. It's just, you know, structures like any other kind of structure. And also I'm not sure, I think some of the structures, at least from vegetation planters, don't have collision. I think some do and some don't. At least that's how it used to be. But anyway, it is cool that these ones do have collision, so you can even build on top of them. Can you build on top of a mushroom? Okay, no. Yeah, okay. Well, that kind of makes sense. I mean, the top of this is not ground, but the top of a rock would be considered ground, right? All right, let's fix the floating rocks. And it's this over here. Foliage and fluid interaction. And then this multiplier here, I believe, has to be at least 0.05. Save. And that should fix it. Oh, don't crash on me now, game. There, see? No more floating rocks. That fixed it. All right, let's go get back out to the main menu and test another mod. I am going to be removing Dino Depot because I don't need to have two different mods that do the same thing, basically. So I'm going to transfer these over to the SCS Cryos. I don't have anything, there's nothing wrong with this mod. It's just, you know, I don't need both. And SCS is just kind of the one that I'm more used to. Okay, all of you guys can go in there. And let's save game. Make sure that it's saved. And then exit to main menu. Hey, Charlie. No, that was not the Deco gun. Actually, that was from the JVH landscaping mod. And I have not found the Rockwell plant yet. I'm not sure where I would find that. It looked like it might be just a prize in Club Ark, which I haven't been over to Club Ark yet. So we're just kind of testing out mods, making sure everything works again. And then we're going to check out the new building pieces. So let me deactivate that one. Still forgot to check out Scribbles. I'll activate that one. I don't need the backpacks anymore. Just try to keep things pared down a little bit. And I need to check architect structures. So that's the big boy. We're going to add this one next. And I'm not going to add any others with it because, yeah, that's a big one. Okay, and then we'll launch the game. I do want to check Deco Gun though also, and also Vegetation Planters. Both of those do similar things, but in a different way as well. Those are both also like landscaping mods. All right, so this stuff is still here. I'm going to have to leave render again for the dang trees to remember that they're not supposed to be here. But you can see all of the Dino Depot stuff is poofed as it does. Okay, let's go leave render. Let's go somewhere else for a little while. Let stuff load in. Ooh. Let's get rid of the fog. Now I'm just gonna have to get rid of the clouds because I think this must be cloud that's low or something. There. Doesn't look quite as pretty, but it should run a little bit better. And I hopefully it remembered my grass distance, grass density, whatever setting. Okay, I had a vanilla build in here somewhere. I don't remember exactly where. Doesn't really matter, but just thought I might as well check on it while I was in the area. And maybe we could test out some stuff over there. I was testing out stuff fairly early on after ASA came out. What? Okay, it's not over here. I think it's farther down. Somewhere around here. Did I see structure? No. It was like right on the edge of the redwoods over here on this side. I had a teleporter there. I had a teleporter. Oh, there it is at a lot of builds. But then, of course, I removed the teleporter mod and so it went poof. But anyway, I was practicing with round builds when ASA first came out. And I made these little things. Aren't they cute? It's like Hagrid's hut. I was going to make a video on it and then I never got around to it. But that's these guys. Could you try the mod map, flat map, Ark bound? Okay, you have a big build on there. Okay, I will check that out. Remind me, if you don't mind, when I go back out to the main menu. But, oh yeah, I forgot that, yeah, I made a little fire pit thing in the floor for cooking. And I think, yep, that's a secret wall. And it's dark as can be. But anyway, yeah, I like this little build. But anyway, I was going to check out ASR. It's all showing up in here, so that's a good sign for sure. Should we test? Let's just build something really quick over here. We'll build like a super quick little gazebo because those are always my go-to quick build things. So let's grab, and we'll do something from each tier. So we'll do stone foundations. We'll do stone foundations for the triangles. And we will do metal foundations for these squares. And then we will do wood for the walls. And adobe for the stairs. Where's the regular roof angle? There it is. It's a slightly different color than the other ones, and so I keep overlooking it. And then greenhouse, let's do some sloped, we'll do steep slope roofs out of greenhouse. And let's do metal glass for steep slope triangles. And let's do stone glass for some shallow stone. This is going to be a mess. This is going to be all kinds of stuff. But, you know, we're testing a bunch of different kinds of structures. Just to make sure it's all working as it should. Do the regular. We'll grab a bunch of stuff. All right. And there's... and then we also want to check out the new vanilla structures. So... are they going to be in a different folder, or where are they sticking those? Structures. They should be here. Thatch, quarter wall, and railing. I don't think it had those before. Okay, roof, ramp, and stairs. This might be also where the quarter roof is. Thatch ladder. Nice. Thatch pillar. We've needed that for a long time too. Hey, Steve. Welcome, welcome. Yes, ASR does appear to be working, so I'm probably, so far, all the mods that I've tested after I took the time to properly update them, by the way, but after I took time to properly update them, all of the mods that I've tested have worked so far, so I think next time I go out to the main menu, I'm not going to be as cautious about adding them. And we're going to add a bunch, and yeah. And then we're going to check out some building pieces. I need a ceiling for that spot. Because it will not mesh a foundation into the ground there. Come on now, you don't like going there either? You're going to be a pain in the butt. Right, fine. That's why we have stackable foundations, I guess. Let's do the half height. Will you stack with... No, you won't stack with the regular ones. Okay. Oh, wait a second. What was that I saw for just a second? Oh, look at that. There is a right-angled triangle. That is new. That is definitely new. Wow. That did not exist in Ark before, that is for sure. This will be really cool for making all kinds of fun shapes. Okay. Hey, Cryo. Welcome. All right. Oh, no. And I also wanted to double check if the CastleCraft skins will still go on. Yep, as long as it's a piece that has a vanilla version, basically. Like if I put a half foundation or something, it won't work. Or like these guys over here. Oh my gosh. Have they added these to the base game? Or it might be because of how he's coded them. It is treating it like half of a square foundation. Oh, that is cool. I am excited about that. Oh, look. I was wondering about that, though. It converted them into squares. But what happens if I take the skin off? Remove structure skin. It goes back to that shape. Okay, that's kind of funny, but that is a thing. Sometimes it's good to know about these little things because you never know when you can use something like that to do something funky in a build. Huh. Have to file that one away for future use. Yes, they have indeed been, Aaron and Crazy have been practicing dark magic behind the scenes. Definitely have been. Nope, let's grab this guy. Because vanilla foundations don't stack. Okay, I'm not going to take the time to build a whole big thing or anything, but it's a good way to test stuff. Okay, let's try. Let's do the steep. Where's the steep square that I got? Where did that one go? There. Oh, it's this one. Okay. I love these steep roofs so much. Come on. You don't want to snap to the top of a double door frame though. So we will have to give it a little bit of encouragement by giving it something else to snap to. Sometimes you can fool things like this by like giving it the edge of a ceiling to snap to instead of the top of a wall. And then as long as the wall is actually supporting it, you can remove the ceiling when you're done. Sometimes you just have to kind of create a snap point, and then you can remove whatever sort of scaffolding you needed to create the snap point, like so. We're not going to do the whole roof, but we can experiment with these steep thatch triangles here. How about these? Well, actually, I think when I do these roofs, no, this should be the right size. This should be the right size for this size of base. But I do squares and then triangles. Just because I like the pattern that it makes a pretty roof. All right. Okay, it looks like that works fine. So now we're going to do what I promised. I'm going to take a very quick little break to have a very quick bio break. And then we're going to roll back to save, so you guys can see my castle as I promised, and I'll also be showing you guys how to roll back a save in single player. And then we're gonna mess around with the new building pieces. Okay, another titanosaur falling out of the sky. Okay, let me go back over here to my castle and log out over here. Okay. I'll leave it in game for a second here, but I'll be right back. Leave the music on, and I'll see you after these messages. Palpatine returned. Oh, Xant returned. Why do you think Xant is Palpatine? Xant is definitely not Palpatine. All right. Are we having lag? Let me know if we're having lag, because YouTube's giving me an error message again. Come on now, YouTube. Do your thing. Hey, well, we are back at my desktop again. So, yeah, because it crashed again. There we go. Okay. Let's refresh the live studio page as well. Uh-oh. Huh. It is acting very weird. Right now it's saying that there are 0 viewers, but I mean, y'all are chatting, so I know there are viewers. I don't know why it's being so weird. But let's get the game back going again. And although, actually, we'll let it load up, but let me show you how to restore the save. Okay, so let's do this. So I've got, in my documents, I've got a folder of backup game files. And if you want to know how to back up the game in the first place in single player, I just made a video on that yesterday, and so check that out on my channel. But now we are going to go into the folder that I made on single player ASA game saves, and then I am going to I'm also going to open up which folder this, I believe, yeah, it's this drive that has ASA in it. So I'm going to open this one in a new window. I just like to drag and drop. You don't have to, though. There's plenty of other ways you can do it. You can like copy, you can, I'm sure there's other ways of doing it, but anyway. Can I minimize ASA for the moment? Probably not going to let me do that. So fine, we will close the game for the moment then. You keep crashing on me, I'll crash you. Okay. Here, give me a nice little side-by-side windows, please. Okay. So my most recent save before the engine update was this one, 604. Yeah, that's the one. Open that up and see there's a folder in there that says saved, and then over here I open up the folder that says Steam Library, and I show in the video on how to make single player backups, I show where to find these folders if you don't have them in a separate drive like I do, if they're in the default C drive. Okay, and then common, Ark Survival Ascended, shooter game, and then save. So basically this is a copy of this. I pulled this one out and copied it to another folder and saved it. So now let me back out to here, and I'm gonna make another one for after the update. We'll do the today, just in case for some reason. It never hurts to have another backup. 0605, we do the date, and I like doing it in the backwards year, month, day, just because it makes them all go in order when they are in here. And this is after update testing. Okay, and then I'm going to take this folder and I'm just going to drag it over there, and it is copying it. It did its thing. And now I'm going to take this one and I'm going, oh, go back. And I'm going to rename it into old save, just so I can tell it apart and so that the game won't try to run it. Just a second. I think that was just one that I made while I was making the video. Let me see what this is doing. What is this? Okay, yeah, it is a copy. And it's the same one. Back here, you silly. Yeah, that's just the one that I made for that. But let's pull this out and copy it as well. And then I'm just going to delete it from here because it doesn't need to be in here. And the date it's saying, this must have been one that I had previously, because actually the date that's on this is not yesterday's date. So it must have been an older one that I was archiving for some reason. 2024.12.04. That's the date of that one. Okay. And then I can delete it. And then this one I'm going to rename into old saved. And then I'm going to grab this one, 604, and I am going to copy that over here. Okay. Oh, now it's saying the viewers are back. Now it's saying we have 24 concurrent viewers, so that's awesome. It was being weird. It was just YouTube being laggy and weird. It does that sometimes. Ain't nobody here but us chickens. Trees and rocks have been flaky in my save. Previously removed trees and rocks keep appearing and disappearing in my base. Yeah, that's what we're seeing here too. I don't know what the deal is with that, but it is a thing. All right, so that is in there. We should be good. Then the main thing then is I just need to make sure that the same mods are installed. Because if the mods are not installed when I start it up, then I'll have the same issue again, where it'll, where the modded structures will go poof all over again. And so, you know, we won't have really changed anything. You have to make sure you have the same mods. So we will need architect structures. Just that one's already on there, but there's a few others that I think I was using on other builds around the map. So I'll have to try to remember what all ones I had. Okay, mod settings. Oh, it already remembered them when I restored the save. Look, they're all back and already all activated. That's awesome. Or are they all just all? No, it's not all of them. There are some that are not activated. Huh. I think I am actually going to deactivate a few of these though, because I don't need them, and I would just prefer to keep it a little bit simpler so that if there are problems, there will be less mods to go through to find the solution. Okay. I don't think I need that one right now. I probably need that one eventually, but not now. Foundation, ceilings, teleporter. I think that's all the important ones. Can't think of any others at the moment. Okay. Yeah, and it even remembered that the last map I was on was the center. That's pretty cool. I hadn't noticed that before. because that's where I was making the tutorial videos I've made recently, was I made all of those on the center. But let's switch to the island and cross all your fingers and toes that everything will work the way it's supposed to. Yeah, I don't think I have the admin panel mod activated. Was it in the activated list? Because I had it downloaded because I keep meaning to test it because people keep saying that they love it. But I'm just used to using Nucleus, and Nucleus does basically most of the same things. And so I haven't really needed to test it out, and so I haven't gotten around to it. But I have been meaning to eventually. Let me put my drink here. All right, this looks hopeful. I see what looks like some foundations over there. I'll still have to go out of render and then back to get the trees to disappear. Hey, hon! Welcome home! My honey is home. And grass dot density scale 0.1. Okay. Yes, it is all back. You just can't see very much of it because of the trees. So let me go away from the trees. Go somewhere else. Check out some of the other builds that I showed you earlier on in the stream. Hey, honey.
Last time everybody eat off.
Aww. He is making dinner. I have a question. Okay. Hey, DG Gaming 893. Welcome, welcome. I believe I know who that is. How many accounts do you have? Jeez. So anyway, you saw earlier on in the stream this build without the modded structures from ASR, and yeah, it was never fully finished, but now you see at least the roof the way it's supposed to be. I was just building a little watchtower thing here. But now we've been out of render, we should be able to go back. Oh, and my cat is out again because it restored everything back to where that save was. I'm really glad that it remembered the mod list though, because it didn't, I don't think it used to do that. But yeah, now you get a little bit of a bird's eye view here of my castle project that I've been working on. Just a little castle compared to Aaron's ginormous thing. But yeah, I like it. I was working hard on these towers here. I decided I did not want to make them symmetrical. So I'm going for a feeling of balanced asymmetry rather than symmetry. Don't forget that before Nucleus, she used to have fellow anarchists and Mean Ren to assist with the server questions. Didn't just used to, still do, but sometimes I don't want to bug my friends about that kind of stuff. Oh, Geo's starting in with the dad jokes. How do you properly identify a dogwood tree? By the bark. Very good, very good. Ooh, admin panel is causing game crashes. Interesting. Yeah, Nucleus still isn't showing up, so Nucleus isn't working at all, but that shouldn't affect anything else since it's just a mod that adds a UI. Where is my cat? There you are. And you lost your name since we rolled back to before we gave you your name. There you go. Okay. So yeah, I'm just experimenting around with different stuff, playing around with different skins and things. Like, here, let me start at the front entrance, give you a little tour of what I got so far. Of course, it's far from being done, but been playing around with some CastleCraft skins as well as some other skins. And the CastleCraft skins work great with ASR as long as you are using the default textures of ASR. Some of these things have lost their skins though, like I'm pretty sure those were previously skinned up there. And this was painted, and the paint is gone for some reason. I don't know why the paint would... No, wait, no, maybe it isn't. I'm trying to remember, because this isn't a skin on it, because the only behemoth gate currently, or at least at that time in CastleCraft structures, was this one, and I wanted a solid one for the first gate, and then a portcullis style one for the second gate. And then this was a stable. I haven't decorated it yet, obviously, but it seemed like a good spot for a stable. And I wanted to try experimenting with using CastleCraft skins along with the thatch roof. And as you can see, the now there are actual shallow sloped walls in the game, and so I can no longer just reskin them as shallow slopes. I'm gonna have to actually replace them, but that's no biggie. Leo, hey, welcome. It's to alert on the... Okay, I'm looking back up and seeing what I missed in a second. Max, hello Max, welcome. Can't see any improvement on Xbox, but that's probably due to the fact that I can't change my graphics at all on console. You can't? You can't hit escape, and you don't have settings here to adjust your graphics? That really sucks if that's the case. Because, yeah, that's something I do constantly. I think you can still remove volumetric fog. You can still hit some button or other and bring up the console at the bottom where you can type commands, right? You might not be able to do some of them on a server, but the volumetric cloud one and volumetric fog one, and also the grass density scale, none of those require the word cheat in front of them, so none of them are admin only. Those are ones that you can use like even on official. So they work even on vanilla, but you do have to be able to access the console. It's dark. But I really like this rock and being able to build under here, because I can make it feel like we're underground, even though you can't terraform in Ark, of course. But there's all this cool stuff already in here. There's even a little secret spring. But I love this building spot that I just happened across. Still a long way to go on the build, but I fell in love with it because of this gorgeous triple waterfall. Like, just look at that. I love a nice waterfall. I'm gonna change up the definitely gonna change up that bridge as well. I was just starting out, and we got a raptor in the base. Let's test again and see if we can or cannot do a little cheaty thing with SCS. Because I swear yesterday it was working. Yeah, see, it works. There was something funky about it before. I mean, I don't know why it wasn't working before, but now it worked. Of course, obviously, this is an admin only function. It's just a faster form of, it's a faster way to force tame things, but it can be handy for if I need a bunch of tamed creatures for a thumbnail or something. It's a little easier than having to spawn them all in. I can just run around and collect them. The new box should be skin blocks. Yes, exactly. That's one of the things that Crazy and Aaron were apparently working really hard on the past few days, was on adding CastleCraft skins to the new structures. So let's go ahead and check those out, actually. Let's see. What are they calling them? There's all the shallow ASR things and clinger things. They might call them something else. So let's see if we can find them. Is it a separate structure or is it a variant? It might be a variant. Hi, kitty cat. Are you being neglected again? Cat is convinced that everybody is neglecting her. Of course. Where did it go? Did I get the wrong one? Where is my sloped? There it is. Not too much crap in my inventory. Okay, yes, it is a variant in here. Nice. Oh, that is so nice, being able to have that. So that'll fit with the angle of the ramp. Ah, dang it. That is so nice to have. I'm sure that all the builders on Official are going to be really excited to have these new pieces as well. And let's see what the CastleCraft skins for them look like. Very nice. Blends in nicely. Love it, love it, love it. And is this a pillar? No, this is those are gateways. That's right. Those are gateways from the Cozy Cabins mod. But I really like those rustic gateways. Where do saplings learn? Elementary school? Can't use the new mode for performance? You're not able to act to... Because the performance thing is just, if you go into graphics in the settings, it's just here. Took me a minute to find it, but yeah, it's down here under the graphics presets. I'm not using it at the moment, but I did use it earlier on in the stream if you want to check out what that looked like. Okay, let's look at some of these other things. You know what? I need to just dump a bunch of stuff in a vault because this is going to make me crazy. And I'm already crazy. Yeah, I'll just dump a bunch of stuff in here for now. Figure it out later. What else do I need? I'm just going to transfer everything and then take back what I need. That was really nice. Variant cycler, definitely need that. And I need my SCS gun. Where did it go? And my spyglass. Oh, the gun is there, but where's the cryo balls? What are they called? Am I out of them? I might be out. Yeah, I must have used them all up. No biggie. Oh, I do need to test the signs. Let's put that in there just to remind me to test the signs. Okay. Some of that for the torches. Okay, that should do it. Okay. Looks like everything, I've noticed everything does seem to have its icons back, so that is really nice that that was fixed. Probably just recooking all the mods fixed that, because apparently that was the only thing that people needed to do, was just recook the mod, and then it fixed it. So yeah, other than that, they all do appear to be working. I just wish they had the name of the mod on the folder rather than just the mod number, because who knows a mod by their mod number? Like almost nobody remembers all the mod numbers. Doesn't make any sense. It should have the name. Thankfully, like CastleCraft has the name on them, but like this was Sandy's Flora something or other, but I don't remember what the actual name of it was, and so when people ask me what the name of it was, I can't tell them. So I hope they fix that. Hey Komake, the right angle foundations are from Architect Structures. I don't think they're in the base game, but let me check. Maybe they are. I really doubt it, but maybe. Let's see. Grab those and grab just to differentiate. We'll grab wood ones of the ASR. Joining in my party for one. I don't know what that's about. Yeah, Remy SCS does that, but it's an admin only function. You have to have admin access, and then all you do is you just see, I'm in admin mode. That's why it's red there. But I can toggle between admin mode and regular mode by right clicking with the gun in my hand. And when I've got the admin mode active, the nice thing about this as somebody who manages my own servers is like if somebody leaves a bunch of dinos out and they're causing trouble or something, you know, if somebody's dinos are attacking somebody else's dinos and they're offline, I don't have to go in and red gun them all and kill them. I can just pick them up because the admin mode ignores tribe ownership and just lets me pick up any dino, wild or tamed. And so I can pick up other tribes' dinos and then stick it outside their gate in a box or something rather than having to just kill them, which is nice. But yeah, it is also pretty nice being able to freeze the wild creatures like that. It is pretty fun. And they have numbers as a challenge so we can learn to memorize them. Yeah. What do you call a dinosaur that takes care of its teeth? A velociraptor. Oh, that's pretty bad, Leo. Jeez, you guys. Now Zant's starting in on them too. What is a dentist's favorite time of day? Tooth hurty?
I like that. You get a seal clap for that. Arr, arr.
There you go. Pull this over there. Okay. Now let's see about those right angles again. So here it is in Architect Structures. So we've got the default variant, and with R, I can toggle 2 different variants, including now this awesome right angle one. So that'll be very fun to play with, I'm sure. And don't think they have that in vanilla. No, they just have the quarter and the triangle, the equilateral triangle. But I mean, the creator of ASR, Gimelcad, has said that he knows that they'll be a little janky, at least for now, because he doesn't have every piece configured yet to fit with that. But this is pretty cool that he configured the regular wall to stretch to fit that. So that is pretty impressive. That'll be very handy. Let's see what it looks like if we skin it, though. Yeah, I thought it might do that. Yeah. So you would have to use it on the vanilla texture, at least until somebody figures out a solution. But there's probably workarounds, to be honest. Let me see. Let me see if there's other things we can try. What do these things do? It doesn't want to go to there at all. That's the vanilla one though, I think. Let's just grab any old primal wall. I don't care. No. I mean, a quarter wall. Yeah, the quarters just do not want to go to that edge. So those are one of the ones that isn't going to work just yet, but that's okay. He is aware and has said that he's going to be working on adding the rest of the pieces. But for now, I'm just really glad that he's added the ones he did add. Yeah, and nothing else, no other shape will snap here. Other than another one of these. Okay. That's okay. Okay, I missed some chats. Let me see. The Taming group video helped immensely. Oh, I'm so glad. Yeah, I didn't know about that for like the first several months to a year that I was playing Ark until I saw that in a video. And I've been using it for so long, and I didn't figure it out on my own. I saw it in a video by somebody else. Don't remember who. But it's just so handy once you figure that out, being able to command just the dinos you want to command separately from the other ones is super, super handy. Gex wants to know how to time out someone. No one in particular, no reason. Yeah, that is how. Exactly. Zant is giving the instructions how. And Aziz says, my sister, please, I cannot put any mod in the Ark game. There's an error in the update. It tells me that I want you to join the party with me. No, I can't do that. But earlier on in the stream, I was talking about the issues and I was showing everybody how to update the mods. And you have to individually go through and update every single one of your mods individually. You can't just click like update all or just use the server launcher. You have to go into the mods list and either uninstall them and reinstall them, or you have to click update on every one, and then you have to stay there until they're done. You have to, and then honestly, if you're having issues, the safest way is to just first, before you do this, you need to make a list of the mods that you have. So like take a screenshot of your screen or write them all down on a notepad, do something so that you'll remember which mods you had, and then click the uninstall all mods button, and then shut down the game, restart your console or your PC, whatever you're using, launch the game again, and then from the main menu of the game, click on the mods list and go in there and search for and add back every one of your mods individually and stay in the mods area until it's done downloading. It will take a while. It might be an hour. You have to be very patient. A lot of people keep running into issues because they're expecting it to take just a few seconds or a few minutes, and so they try again and it's still not working, and so they give up. You have to be patient because it takes a while. CurseForge's servers seem to be very, very overloaded today for very good reason. Everybody is updating their mods, and so everything takes a little longer than it normally would. So yeah, that's what happens. How am I managing with the clowns? Yeah. Sama, why are you not an admin, Sama? You definitely should be. Let me see if I can figure out. You can, yes, I'll add you as a moderator. All right. There, you can help keep these clowns in check. Now, and next time you post something, your name should show up as blue. So say something, Sama, so I can make sure it works. Yes, and exactly, Steve. And then go back into the mods list area and double check that they're all downloaded before loading into your save that has mods on it. Okay, now what else did we want to look at? What else? There's so many things. I'm not going to be able to go through all the new structures. I'm just not. There's not time. I'm going to have to get off and go have dinner pretty soon. But let's at least look at some of them. Let's look at this. the new set of thatch structures, because I'm curious what those are like, because they just added a whole bunch of stuff that wasn't in thatch before. So let's get, no, I didn't mean to grab the ASR of those ones. I'm gonna grab vanilla ones, because ASR has had those options for a long time, but now they're in vanilla. Wait, why are there thatch ceiling? Oh, that's the quarter and triangle ceiling. The icon looks the same. It's just a very slightly different color, which will be very difficult for colorblind people to tell apart, because it is literally just a tiniest bit more yellow. Other than that, they are, well, and the image is flipped. That's the only other difference between these two. The image is mirrored. I don't know. Okay, let's go build a thatch hut somewhere. Not in my castle over here. Let's go to the coast. That's where you build thatch huts, right? We'll go down here and build a nice thatch hut. This looks like a good spot for a thatch hut. Could build it on the rock out there somewhere. That could be cool. Yeah, let's do that. That's more interesting terrain rather than the flat beach. Okay, so triangle foundation. Where's my thatch triangle foundation? Do I not have it? No, there it is, duh. Right in front of my face. I like the pattern that the thatch makes. I always like making patterns. So I'm so glad that they added on to thatched here, even though I know that people that are primarily PvP players, like, they don't even bother building until they're at least in stone tier typically. But those of us in PvE like the addition, like, you know, having different textures to play with. It's fun. Okay. Now let's see. We need to have a window facing this way. That's a pretty view. And should have a window facing Red Ob for sure. So we'll put some solid walls in some other spots. Well, actually, this would be a good spot for a door, for like a balcony or something. And then we'll put a window here and a window, come on, there. Also one looking towards the shore, and then we can put the door here. Is there a double door too? There is. I don't think there wasn't a thatched double door before, was there? I don't think there was. That's pretty cool. And is there a secret? Nope, there's no secret door here. Oh well, can't have everything. Okay. Let's take a look at these lovely things. So sorry for telling bad jokes about that. What do you call a fish with no eyes? A fish. Har har har. Yeah, beach mobs love thatch buildings, but also just, you know, people who like that tropical beachy vibe and aren't so concerned about base defense also love thatch structures. And I mean, even in survival, if you built your base somewhere like this, your first base, and I have a video on how to build a little footbridge that doesn't even take very many resources at all. So if you just built a little bridge out to somewhere like this and built a little starter hut out here, like you wouldn't have, like, raptors and stuff don't like to swim. So I don't think anything would bother you except maybe seagulls, the Ichthyornis. So you'd probably be pretty safe. Thatch, quarter wall, and railing. Okay, let's do quarter walls up here. Actually, though, just for the heck of it, just to change things up, let's flip them Oh, the railing looks nice. But let's do this first. But I am going to want to play with that railing. That railing looks like fun. There we go. Nice, just to get a different texture in there. I don't even know if I'll like it. I might end up getting rid of it, but I'm just experimenting. Let's try some thatch pillars, just for the heck of it. Oh, and the half pillars, we'll definitely have to add those, but let's add these around the rest of the structure as well. There's the half, there's the skinny. Okay. Oh, I like that the skinny one looks like a single bamboo pole. That's nice. These half pillars are going to be so amazing to have. My gosh, I am so excited about these. I love the half pillars. Oh, dang it. Dang it, I'm breaking everything except what I'm trying to break. Okay, let's add like a little balcony out here. Where is the quarter? There it is. Actually, no, let's put a bend in it here. Add a square piece. Hawaiian style, indeed. Raptors would cross that area in ASE for sure, but in ASA they actively avoid water a lot more than they used to. So I doubt that in ASA raptors would cross that. It's part of the new pathing, I think. Most land creatures don't really like to go swimming unless they are really, really focused on you for some reason. You won't let them go on there. All right, well then, we might just have to go with some balanced asymmetry again. We're just gonna have to kind of, wrong button, gonna have to kind of follow the terrain. Could be a good spot for like some stairs, I think. down to this nice little pool. Let's maybe try a triangle here. No, that won't be right either. Hey, kitty cat! Although the angle of that is nice. I might end up changing this instead. When you start mixing triangles and squares, sometimes things get a little janky, but you know, a little jank never hurt anybody. At least that's what I figure. Mm-hmm. Just kind of try to blend those together. That'll do. Okay. Why did my music... Oh, the music is still there. It's just very quiet for me. Okay. Ooh, is that... Oh, that's the thatch ramp. Ooh, I like that. Let's use that here. Have our own, like, little private beach. And we'll have that as, like, a little lookout area. Let's put another ramp over on this side. I like it. You had Raptors Cross up in that peninsula just in the north? Well, the peninsula, yes. Because it is a much bigger piece of land. And, I mean, they'll even go... I mean, I don't think they wouldn't be smart enough to path all the way around to you, but it's also shallower through there. There's an area, I think, where it's quite a bit shallower. Like, this is fairly shallow, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe they would. But at least if they did, they'd be slower than usual. A lot easier to shoot them with arrows from here. Now let's do this guy. We'll do some of these up here. I don't think that's quite the angle I wanted. This is going to be close enough, I guess. Actually, let's move that for now and do that for now. There's the stairs. There's even that spiral stairs. Oh, that's awesome. And there's that quarter roof. Oh my gosh, that is exciting. I'm gonna quarter ramp. In fact, let's do those here. They're so cute. Little quarter ramps. Except that's not the right size for there. All right, we'll pick them up. Do the full size ones. Like so. And let's try these railings. I want to check out the railings. Not those railings. This railing. Oh, that is nice. And then there's also the little half railing. The angles look cool too. Now, I wonder. Come on now. And will you go on top, please? Will you stack? What about the half? Ah, the half railing will stack. Nice. So that can be another option for in the windows. A little bit more tropical looking. And I like not having to close them all the way. I like a way to keep the seagulls out of my house, but without blocking all the natural light from the windows. So that's nice. What? Complete chaos ensuing, Gextrix? Never. On my streams are always totally organized, especially when I've got friends along. Because my friends are never crazy and chaotic and mischief makers. Of course not. Oh, I like that. Which, if you haven't seen them, by the way, if anybody is new to the stream, should definitely watch our Tuesday night live streams that we have been having. Why do I have two doors here? Our Tuesday night live streams are a lot of fun, and I play on a special server with Gextrix and some other content creator friends, Mimic, Mean Ren, Soap Goddess, and some other longtime Ark playing friends of mine, Zanzibar and Sama. And we are doing a challenge where we are taming all the creatures on the Arks in alphabetical order. And we're taking our sweet time about it. It's not a speed run. But yeah, we're having fun with it. And we always goof off, and there's lots of pranks that go on and crazy shenanigans and interesting challenges that we've done a few times, which we need to do another one of those, by the way. I usually like to do a challenge when we finish taming all the creatures of one particular letter, and we just finished up the G's. And so you can think of some kind of crazy challenge that would involve all the dinos in Ark whose name starts with G. Let me know. Like, maybe we can do, like, I don't know, a Gigantoraptor race or something. Gigantopithecus race. I guess I could have two doors here. Not a speed run. Yeah, because speed runs are boring in my opinion. I mean, I like being able to just have fun and play, and like, what's the point in hurrying just to finish and then have to think of something else to do? Like, I mean, stop and smell the roses. I don't think we would have gotten up to half of the mischief that we've gotten up to if we were trying to make it a speed run. Okay, let's maybe try some of the beans as well. A Gigantoraptor race would be fun. Top of the volcano to base or something with lots of elevation. Yeah, so they can use their glide. That would be fun. Yeah, let's just do these all the way around. Okay, and then for the roof. Now I'm so used to doing this little trick here so that I can get an overhang that I forgot about the fact that I don't even need to do that anymore, because now we've got those quarter roof pieces. So let me try a few without that and see if I like how that looks. downward. Come downward from here on this side. Everywhere except where I want you to go. What about if we look at it from this side? No, you're convinced that that's the outside because I flipped them. All right, fine. Here, we'll give you a ceiling to snap to. I know you like ceilings. So picky. There. Yeah, I tell you, sometimes you just need a temporary ceiling. You just need to create some scaffolding. As long as it is supported by something else, then it doesn't need the structure anymore. Once it is placed, and you can pick up the scaffolding. Okay. The roses in Ark smell of brimstone and dino fertilizer. I feel like I missed something. Okay, volcano to red, blue, green, and then base. That would be quite a race. I think we might have to use some more of the G creatures than just the Gigantoraptor. Then we could make it like a G's triathlon or something, kind of like we did with the A creatures. Race all the G creatures. So that would be Gigantoraptor, Gallimimus, Gigantopithecus, and what else? Oh, I like this. I'm going to do this. What were the other? Oh, I don't think we'll be able to race giant bees. Although I did hear about a mod that makes a rideable version of a giant bee. Might have to look for that. And let's drag this down here so I can stop opening my inventory to have to look for it. Individually, personally, one by one, this was the thing he really decided to grit his teeth over in alphabetical order. Douglas Adams, life, the universe, and everything. All right. Okay. Monkey versus birds. Oh, you want us to try to do... That could be interesting. Try to do the Gigantopithecus with Gigantoraptors? I mean, try to do the Megapithecus. Megapithecus starts with M, though. I thought we were going to wait till we got to M to do the Megapithecus. Have the Gigantopithecus throw you off the volcano, parachute to a location, then ride galleys to the next location, with Gigantoraptor as the last leg. That sounds like a great plan, Charlie. We might do something like that. Just have to decide the route beforehand. But yeah, that would be a lot of fun. What was the other ones? I could have sworn there was at least one other G creature that I'm forgetting right now. Oh, monkey versus birds racing. You want to try to race the birds on a Gigantopithecus? I don't know about that. But I mean, I suppose you could try. The Gallimimus is the fastest land creature on the Arks, I believe, even though they're annoying to tame and kind of fragile. But more than one person can ride them. So I've wanted literally for years, since ASE times, I have thought that it would be super fun to do like a PvP race on Gallimimus, since they've got they got saddles that can hold like, what is it, 2 or 3 people? I think it's 2 people. So you could have like a gunner and a driver and try to shoot other people with like tranq darts or something. That could be super fun. Here. The light is being weird on me, but let's go to the other side here. I do also need some more pillars underneath, but I'll probably add that later. Usually for a build like this, I'll add pillars just for the looks of it, just because so it looks like it's supported. But I'll probably do, here, I'll show you just one pillar of how I think I'd like to do the pillars. So I'm probably going to do this. Like 1/2 pillar out of the thatch, and then do all the part that's going to be under the water out of stone, just because it makes more sense to me. Like thatch would rot if you got it wet, so that's what I would do. Let's check inside. Very nice. And I was gonna pick up those scaffolding pieces, but you know, it's not actually that bad. Although I'll probably lower them down because I don't think they'll be very useful there, too close to the roof. But let's lower them down a little bit, and we might do some quarters as well. We got a couple of these guys that placed wrong. Okay, and then in order to make, I've built a lot of structures that were this general kind of shape. And in order to make the stairs fit, what I like to do is usually do a triangle like that, a triangle above a triangle in the floor, and then the square stairs will fit nicely. Like so. Very nice. Could put some storage up here. I wouldn't put beds up here, even though it looks like there's plenty of headroom, just because for some reason the animation when you're spawning in on a bed, the game thinks that you're like jumping like really high above it, and so you'll end up spawning in stuck in the ceiling. You have to have at least a full wall height above you, so if anything impinges on that, you might get stuck. There, now we've got our lovely little seaside cottage. And I think I better call it here, folks, because it is getting later and my dinner is going to get cold. Let me go see who we should raid. Who is still online? And there, let's find it. It's in here, and then we check this thingy, and then add a redirect. Okay, so who is currently live? Boomsmith is live, and he is playing Dune Awakening. Solo Zero is also playing Dune Awakening. Aaron Aztec is also playing Dune Awakening. And you'll never guess what Mikey's Gaming Oasis is playing. He's also playing Dune. Everybody's playing Dune. Horse Armor is playing. I think they're talking about Oblivion or something over there. Okay. H is playing. He's doing some kind of a stream about the Ark Unreal Engine 5.5 Astraios DLC. So maybe we should raid H. Although it's pretty late for him. I don't know how much longer he's going to be live, but. All right. They did a galley race? Yeah, I'm sure they probably did. I know Syntac loves the galleys. Okay. So what do you think? You want to watch some Dune Awakening or you want to watch some more Ark? Yeah. See if I can ascertain that he's still live just to make sure. Yeah, he is still live. Okay. Well, let's go raid him then, I guess. Set that all up. All right, well, make sure to hit the like button if you haven't already. It does help me out a lot. I would appreciate it. And yeah, if you've found any of my videos helpful or the stream, think about sharing them with somebody. It really helps a lot. And I am trying to hit 10,000 subs before the end of the year, which would be kind of crazy. We're almost at 8,000 already, though. So we have a good shot of getting there, I think. And I'm just going to keep working hard at the only part of it that I can control is making more videos and making them the best videos I can possibly make. So I'm going to keep doing that. And I'm just going to trust all of y'all to hit the subscribe button if you think the content is worth it. And if you want more help, if you have questions about Ark stuff, or if you like answering other people's questions, my Discord is a great place to hang out. A lot of very helpful people over there who are very knowledgeable about Ark, about other games, about servers, about settings, all kinds of stuff like that. So my Discord is linked in the description if you want to check that out. Just check out the description for this stream. And we will see you next time. Have a good one, my friends, and bye-bye for now.